Good evening, good evening, good evening. Hello, good evening and welcome, or good morning, or good day, or good afternoon, wherever you are. Today we've got Alex on. Nice to see you again on the show, Alex. Oh.
No, I'm on.
It's not scale modeling live unless there's a technical drop.
Of course.
This week I remembered to take the background off. It's like the last few weeks has been like we've started and it's like, oh, the background's still on. Oh, we better do something like that then before we start. We're going to say hello to everybody who's in chat first because there's a lot of people in. You've got lots of people on yours as well, which is nice to see. Nice to see you all. So we've got David Markey in. Nice to see you. Scaly Models, who we haven't seen before. Nice to see you. David B. Nice to see you, sir. Chris Pacer. Hello, Chris. Thank you for dropping in. JK. Nice to see you. Dark Soldier. Hello, sir. Hobby Time and Chef. Girl Model Muse. Hi, Marcy. Nice to see you. John Christmas. Evening from Cape Verde. But that's the first. You are correct, sir. You are correct. And Courtney. Hello, Courtney. Nice to see you all. Thank you for all popping in. And to those who are lurking, chat, get involved. Just do it. It's good fun. We've got a few people coming in later. John will be in a bit later. He's out doing his bits and pieces today. I'm sure Fenris will probably be in when he's finished work, and Welly will probably be in after he's had his takeaway as normal. As for the rest, your guess is probably as good as mine, whether they'll be in or not. We have got His Holiness the Pope of Plastic coming in a bit later, though. So we look forward to that and his updates on his builds because they are fantastic. Honestly, they are beautiful. So, Alex, how are things?
Yeah. Interesting.
Well, I'm glad you pulled that one up. What have you got on your bench, sir?
I have. What is this? This is the wing of an Su-27. I actually got this camera today.
Nice.
BenQ Idea Cam. They sent it through.
Yes, I have seen reviews of those.
Yeah.
Yes.
The scale modeling, really good for our sort of stuff. I was trying it out earlier and taking photographs of panel lines of all things as part of my next part to the best model company in the world video. And I was also looking at things like this little decal sheet, which came with the ICM British Army Mobile Chapel. And you can see, you can't really see, obviously webcams aren't designed for looking at that sort of stuff. But if I swatch over, let's see if I can do this. Here we go, I can switch over to this cam.
Very nice.
And it, you can get really good close-ups. And even better, it has a close-up lens.
Oh, look at that.
And you can get, I mean, you can even read, this is, I was actually looking, I think this is actual writing.
Which, I mean, if it is pretty decent in terms of the fact that that's a decal, right?
That's pretty, I think, well, yeah, you can see, that is my fingerprint next to it.
Yeah.
So,
impressive that you can see that on the camera. It's even more impressive that they can actually print it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, it won't focus. There we go. So, I've just been playing with that this afternoon.
That's outstanding.
Quite impressed with that so far.
The F-15 Greta.
Sorry, say again?
Did you finish the F-15 Greta?
I have not yet finished it, no. That's just, I could give some excuse, but no, I just haven't finished it.
That's good, because I'm feeling a little guilty about only really having my relatively done. In fact, for the terms, it's got everything but a nose put on it, and it's got the silver engines laid down, but the rest haven't been done yet because I'm lazy. So don't tell anyone though. Here we go. Look, Fenris says, I still need to start my F-15, so it's okay. I'm not feeling as bad as Fenris's, at least. So.
Yeah, no, I've just had... I've been trying to get this video done, and there's been various things that have come up this week which have stopped me. But it's also a phenomenal amount of data to crunch.
Yeah, I was very intrigued. Very intrigued by that video, because it's not something I'd ever thought about before. Like, for me, that it's not a case of who's the best model company. It's more of which model companies do I like more than others.
Yeah.
So in terms of who is the best overall model company of all, hadn't even occurred to me. So it was a very interesting. When I saw it, I was like, that is a very good question. Actually, it's something that I would think not a lot of others have thought about either.
Well, I think it's one of those things that everybody has an opinion on, right? I mean, including myself, right? So a lot of people will just be like, I think one of the very first comments on, I can't remember, was the video or community post, was just like, oh, save you some time, Tamiya. And it's like, well, it might be for you, but, for Moss, for instance, it's Airfix, for other people, I mean, a lot of people were not happy that Eduard did not make the 12 finalists. And Eduard are a fantastic company. They make some great models. 95% of their, literally 95%, because I've done calculations, 95% of their output is aircraft. Yeah. So if you're into ships, if you're into armor, if you're into cars, you're not even going to mention, probably even don't know of Eduard if you're a ship model.
I'm not going to lie, I've never seen anything that was Eduard that wasn't an aircraft. Yeah. So saying that only 5% of the stuff they do is other stuff other than aircraft is a complete surprise to me. I wouldn't have guessed that it would be that high.
Well, they've got like some aircraft supply vehicles and things.
Right, I get it.
Related pretty much.
If you want to make a diorama, we'll kind of pay lip service to it and put a couple in just in case.
So it's, I mean, one of the reasons that I like asking these questions, I've got a science background, I've got an analytical background. So it's always interesting for me to, when people have these opinions, it's just like, well, justify that. What is your data based on? If it's just an anecdotal opinion, that's fine, but it's an opinion, It's like if you can measure stuff, and really if you measure stuff, and this is kind of the gut feel kind of test of it, the acid test, if you come to a conclusion which is different than what everybody, the majority of people says, then probably you're measuring something wrong. So the measurement should really reflect what people feel. But the reason I like doing it is it makes you think about things in a certain way. So I came into it, not knowing who was going to win. But once you actually start thinking, well, what makes a model company good? What makes it the best? Thinking about the things that you actually can measure and, objectively think, because you think, oh, well, a lot of people comment, I hope you're going to include things like customer service and stuff. It's like, well, how do you measure that? Unless all the companies involved are going to release their customer service data, you're relying on anecdotal experience. An anecdotal experience that's going to take a long time to collect, right? So you have to do some broad approximations on some things. But I think explaining it and talking about it, and actually, for me, looking at all of these companies, I found some things out that I didn't know before. I found some interesting things. I mean, for instance, so I grabbed this off the shelf of the model shop. You can see it's still got the pricing on. So this is a special hobby Phantom, the FH1 Phantom. Because I've had special hobby kits in the past, and generally they're thought of as they make unusual subjects in limited run stuff. Having a look at this, it's absolutely phenomenal. It comes with etched brass seat belts. It's really, really finely engraved panel work. It's not limited run quality. This is like as good as a Tamiya kit in terms of the engraving and stuff. Decals look good. The instruction book, I was blown away with. Sorry, I'm monopolizing things at the moment, but I mean, you've got this instruction book. It's all glossy. It's full color. And it shows you there the photo etch that's in there.
Sorry about he jumps up every time somebody like does a member thing, so sorry about him.
You know, it's just I really did not expect that. So I think
I was the same with when I got a Wingsy kit and a Dora Wings kit. Now, I don't know if they're a division of the same company, but again, it was the same. You know, they've got they come with little photo-etched sets for the seat belts and the really small details, and they come with resin wheels and resin, you know, legs and all the finer parts are really well cast. And when I bought the Dora Wings kit, I literally bought it because it was a 109C, I think, is it? 109AB, sorry. And I hadn't built a kit of that, and it was quite cheap, so I thought it was going to be relatively low quality because of that. And I was so surprised with what I got for that. It was unreal. Yes. What camera is that?
I've just put it in the chat. It's a BenQ IdeaCam. I think it's an IdeaCam Pro, something like that. I'm just seeing if I can find the box around here. I'll do it. I've got an unboxing video in progress because I actually opened it when it came because I was like, oh, I'm really excited about this because it wasn't supposed to come till Monday. And then as I was opening it, I was thinking I should really do this on camera because it's so well packaged. I thought if I undo it all, I'm not going to be able to get it back how it was. So it's really nicely packaged. It comes with like a little wireless control for focus and zoom and other things. And as I say, you get this zoom lens that magnetically clips onto the back like a little magnetic cover. So, I mean, it's really, I'm quite impressed with it so far. And in terms of being able to show detail on live stream, you know, which is usually quite difficult because webcams aren't designed for that. And this kind of is. It's designed for showcasing stuff on streams. So it's perfect for that. So I'm looking forward to doing streams and having like little swapping between cameras and stuff. So the silly things streamers get interested and excited about.
I know what it's like. Like when I had my 3-camera setup, like I had a mobile phone, I had a cheap webcam for kind of for keeping my face in the corner, and then I had a 4K iPhone on the thing, and then I had my Canon M50 Mark II, which I bought 2 of specifically for recording YouTube videos, but I can only run one of them into the computer at one time because I didn't think of that. So we had to find a workaround with that one, and it's like switching between them, pressing the buttons and stuff, and making it all work. And I remember.
And it's really easy with this. So, like you know, I got a Pentax K70 that I use for my actual videos. But live tethering that, Pentax don't really give a shit about that, so they don't really support it. And there's some user done stuff for live tethering. It's like, this is just too much hassle. I don't want to deal with that, which is why I use webcams for streaming, because they're kind of designed for streaming, but not really designed for close-ups. So plus then you've got to switch it all between. So I've got 2 setups actually for recording videos, neither of which is here at the bench, in this room, because this is a spare bedroom and study. It's not designed as a model room. So
I mean, I'm the same. I have the bench in front of me right there is the live stream bench. The bench behind me there is the video and building bench. So on the rare occasions that I do build on live stream, which hasn't been recently because hand is knackered, then I'm all all set up on that bench because I've got, you know, two proper lights up there, and they're better for live streaming with. And then the two LED lights I've got behind me are a lot better for video builds. So, you know, in order so I haven't got to keep swapping things around, we've got the two different setups, and we can just move the camera tripod when we need to, you know. And, you know,
so I was just doing some engineering before we came on. So I actually removed this from. So the setup I've got here, these lights are for builds, so they are. Yeah. They're too bright for streaming. They just white everything out, which is why I look like I'm at a Halloween party. But this did have a bar across here up until 5 minutes ago, and I thought I can't go on stream with this. Like I'm doing this all the time. So yeah. To have a dedicated setup just for streaming would be fantastic, but those days have not yet arrived for me.
I thought you would have kind of built a setup in the back of the shop so you could either stream from there or do builds in the shop while you're working.
That was absolutely my intent, and I have a build station there that I can just put my Pentax on and record, which is fantastic because it's like you've got on the setup there. I can see it's isolated from the bench, so you don't get vibration. So it actually connects to a shelf which is bolted to the wall. My setup out in the shed likewise connects to the ceiling, so which isn't ideal, but it's okay. But the thing is, when I moved into the shop, I got the internet set up, and it's like I get 15 megabytes. That's the fastest that they'll supply to Encounter. They've actually just put fiber optic in now. So I was intending to stream from there, but I just couldn't support it, you know, or rather the infrastructure couldn't support it. If I move to the fiber, unfortunately, of course, I took out the contract a while ago, so it'll be a bit before I can change. Then I can do that. But yeah, at the moment, it's
the problem of living out in the sticks. I understand. I mean, I do myself. I live out in rural Lincolnshire, and in what I describe politely as the arsehole of nowhere. And I like it like that. Because there's nobody about, and nobody bothers me, and you know, it's quiet. You can leave your doors open. You actually can leave your doors open, and nothing happens. So,
yes, same here. I mean, I'm from Lincolnshire originally, so it's like, but you don't need internet for sugar beet and potatoes. So.
Or, you know, I'm from very near Spalding, so it's all daffodils and cabbage around here. All daffs and cabbage. Paul, nice to see you. Thank you for dropping in. Scaly Model says the camera's in his basket. Oh, it's Fenris.
You may want to hold off because I think they've given me a code somewhere. You may be able to get some money off. So.
Ooh,
unless you're desperate, hold off for a day or so. I think it's
wait for the video. Wait for the unboxing video.
Yeah, I probably won't ship over the weekend anyway.
I got lost where I was there. Oh, hang on. BRDNR2KH. Hello. That was. I wasn't going to try and pronounce that all. But hello, welcome aboard. We've got 43 people here, and I have to say that's the most we've ever had in one go. So thank you for bringing all your people along. Nice to see you, Mr. Dropshore. I mean, when I saw you comment the other day on the video, I thought with a name like Dropshore, he's got to be Royal Artillery. Can't be anything else other than Royal Artillery.
A noble profession.
Very noble profession, but like I said, they're not called drop shorts or nothing. Darren May, hello. Hello, ladles and jelly spoons, he says. It is nice to see everybody in, though. Like I said earlier, for those who've just got in, there will be more people in a bit later. It's just a lot of our guests are in America, and obviously it's still like I think it's just like
it's 2:19.
Yeah, 20 past 2. Over there, so you know they're still in the middle of the working day, and obviously Wayne Welly has to have his takeaway before he comes in because his missus said so.
They should be forced to observe the king's hours.
Right.
It's all this independence nonsense.
Not sure what that is that James is showing, but thank you.
It's a YouTube link.
Okay, Ruby.
I don't know what to do, man.
Evening streamers and viewingtons. Nice, Craig. Nice. Do you want me to send you the link? Do you want to pop in like you did last week and the week before? It'd be nice to see you again, sir. Craig's got a fantastic build of a Victory, I think. It's HMS Victory. That big old wooden thing with, copper plates and everything on it. Amazing. Correct. Didn't touch big bangy things, wheels and tyres, driver. Nice. JK says, long live King Charles. Well, let's hope he does a bit better than the last two. That's all I'm going to say, because the first one wasn't really that popular.
Well, he had his old prostrate treatment, didn't he, recently?
Yes.
So it may not be that long.
He does Pitch Toddler. He certainly does. Link to Richie's channel. Awesome, James. Thank you. Thank you. If there's anybody else wants to drop their channel links in, please do. For those of you who aren't acquainted with Fenris and Alex, drop your links in the channel, or James will do it because he's a super duper mod. He's also my manager, by the way. He's close to getting sacked because I haven't made any book sales in a week. So, right, 1 second. No, it's fine, Craig. 1 second. I'll get you the link over on Discord. If there's anybody else who wants to pop in, you can feel free. Message me on Discord, and I will drop you the link. There it is. All right. The link's on sent to you in Discord, mate. Charles the First was beheaded. Yes, he was, but they did unspeakable things to his body afterwards.
As was the tradition at the time.
Yes, they kind of, yeah. We weren't. I think YouTube would not be that fond if we went into detail of what he did, but yes. I mean, he wasn't the first king to get the old red hot poker treatment, was he?
I mean,
it's
the second historical, so
Yeah.
I'm not a fan
of changing. Be consistently bad.
Obviously, they beheaded him because he was black. But,
I think it was more to do with that wig, actually. In fairness, I would have beheaded him because of that wig.
I was thinking of the Netflix adaptation of the series.
I mean, haven't seen it, so. But yeah, if it's Netflix, he probably was black. Everybody keeps messaging me that, like, I'm sorry to message you just before you go live. It's like you messaged me 10 minutes after I went live, so.
I'm hearing some odd rustling. I think my dog has found something, so I'll be back momentarily.
Right.
Well, that's always fun.
Yeah, my dog sat here. He's brought his chew bone right next to my chair so he can chew on my ear because, he knows I've got sensory problems with the old autism, so he likes to encourage that. It's a very nice little pupper that he is.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Bless. He sat on the sofa over there the other day, staring me daggers because I had the nerve to brush him. Oh, right. And I mean, I was proper getting the death glare. It was like, I will kill you in your sleep, bitch. It's like kind of sleeping with one eye open that night.
You least expected, I'll be brushing you.
I mean, good luck. Because, like, my beard is literally the only hair I've got on my body apart from underneath my armpit. And if he wants to, if my dog wants to brush my armpit hair, then I'm not going to stop him. Let him.
That's a very odd point for me to re-enter the conversation.
Hey, Craig. Nice to see you again, mate.
Hello, mate. Right. That's perfect. Right. I have to do my super duper elastic band on a monitor.
Oh, Chef 888 is also just outside of Spalding. Nice.
Yeah, good days.
Wow, you have a stalker.
Well, I do now. How's
They won't last very long, Sam.
Oh, it's all right. Once he finds out where I live, we'll be like, oh, God, I ain't going there.
And they find out you're a big, shaggy iron brew drinker.
Well, I used to be. I'm not anymore, unfortunately, because it made me so fat that when I get on the scale, it now says 1 at a time, please.
And the other leg.
Yeah.
They've changed the formula now, though, haven't they?
Yeah. You can still get the original from Costco.
Yeah, but it's
Get expensive.
it's very, very sweet, and it's got a lot of sugar stroke sweetener in, and that's the issue with it. You know, it's very, very low calorie, but because it's got a lot of sugar and stuff in it, that's where it's unhealthy. And obviously, I was drinking like 18 cans a week, so I put on a bit.
That's a fair bit, yeah.
Yeah, so now I'm drinking these nice weight loss milkshakes instead.
Are they those protein ones that taste like grit?
No, they're actually the Tesco homemade one, but they're made from real strawberries, so they actually do taste really, really good. You know, you can make them with either water or milk, and they actually taste really good. But there's about, I mean, I filled up my my 2-pint mug with one earlier, so you know they are supposed to have a lot of milk with them rather than, you know, be the thick kind of milkshake. They're kind of, because they're supposed to fill you up really and stop you from feeling hungry apparently. But it's the first time we've tried it tonight, so we'll see how that goes. 5 will get you 10 that I'll get a pizza in about an hour. Courtney said Yuzu doesn't count. She's so nice. When she came over the other day, she brought me a big old bottle of like Yuzu. It was like that big, a top bottle. I'm like, oh, thank you. A little autistic moment.
Pablo, leave it alone. He was rooting around in the bin in the other room before. I think it's a hint. It's not his dinner time yet, but give me it. Come on.
Judo, Papa. The definition of panic: judo with the sprue in his mouth, says James. Yes, but if it's an ICM sprue, you get a nice little thing in there with a picture of a dog with a sprue in his mouth saying, "Do not scold him. We will replace all parts." So don't tell judo off if it's an ICM. Oh, look at the dog. Look at that dog.
Silly dog,
I brought my 2 dogs to sit on me in lap. There wouldn't be any room. I've got 2 boxers, and they really wouldn't get anything done.
Boxers uphill.
Oh, mine are mental as well.
Darren wants to know if they do a kebab. Put teeth in, start again. Darren wants to know if they do a kebab flavour slimming milkshake. Got there in the end, but with a few pauses.
The way you tell them, Tam.
I know, right? I'm such a pro. What's the word? Streamer. There we go. Got there in the end. I'm gonna go away now. I think I'm done for tonight. We're not having a good stream today. I don't know, but I know they do a truffle chocolate flavour, and I'm thinking to myself, that'd be healthy.
Oh, that's
Right,
the last again.
We'll be back in a bit, says Welly. No camera problems there.
Everything went for a tumble there.
Yeah, it's fine. We've all done it. I mean, we've all done it live on streams as well. James will tell you how many times my camera's fallen over, and he's had to go, "Your camera's fallen over. Do something about it, will you?" Oh yeah, I'll see what I'm building.
Oh, it's proper Heath Robertson. It's an elastic band over my monitor, and then the phone's just sat perfectly in it.
I mean, if it works, it works. I mean, I'm not being funny. We can repair the Hubble telescope in space, but we still can't invent a tattoo machine that doesn't need an elastic band wrapped around it. So,
some power in for it.
Is that the doggo? Yeah. Well, yes. Oh,
You stretch tiny ears, aren't you? Yeah.
I was laying in bed this morning just watching YouTube, and I'm stroking silly bollocks on the head, and all of a sudden he starts snoring and twitching. I'm like, hey, that's a bit weird, because he's never really snored before. He's done the quiet sort of snuffles when he's sleeping, but never properly snored. Like, I'm like, oh my god.
This one snores for England, don't you?
Oh,
Don't you?
I see a theory: the smaller the dog, the bigger they snore. That camera problem never existed last century. You are correct, Daniel. It did not.
Yeah, streaming
on Alex's stream as well tonight. So for those of you who are in my chat, you're not, unless I put it up, you're not going to see those in Alex's chat, and vice versa. So we're going to have to put up as many as we can to keep everybody in the loop. Oh, Fenris has shown us his pussy again.
Mm-hmm.
He's chunky.
I woke him up to scoop him up.
That cat is bigger than Pablo.
Pidge? No, Pidge is, he's just kind of nautilus up at the moment, trying to go to sleep. He's not really that big.
He's like, you will.
He's not a big boy.
Let me show you how big Pablo is. This is not a big dog.
So he's what were you, like 7 pounds last we took you to the vet? So about 7 pounds.
I think he probably weighs as much as Squiddy does.
Well, our big boy, he weighs last we got him measured, I think it was just shy of 20. He's a big cat. He's
a chunky boy.
He's our chunker. This one right here is our troublemaker.
He's the one that opens the cooker door, isn't he?
Yeah, he can open the oven door or even sliding glass door if the thief bar is in town. He's taught the other cats how to do it.
That would terrify me.
He's the ringleader.
Honestly, if Squiddy could open the door, I would literally put him in his crate and never let him out while I was cooking. The last thing I want is a slow roasted Squiddy.
He trusts his daddy implicitly, though. That's why he lets me just hold him like this.
Right, I mean, and you can see it as well. You absolutely see that he's the boss, and he knows that you know that he's the boss.
Yep.
Evening, Dave. Nice to see you. Glenn Gloucester 12 time. Jeez, that's a big cat. It's a little bit early for a whiskey corner. That's 9 o'clock, mate. We can't do it before the watershed, you know. Is the other cat a tiger, Courtney says?
No, they're both tortoise shells.
A Bengal tiger by the sound of it. They're big buggers, aren't they?
Does the watershed still exist?
I mean, I haven't watched the TV since 2018. I stopped buying a TV license and just started watching YouTube and online streaming services. So I couldn't tell you what's happening in the TV land. Honestly, couldn't. Brian, nice to see you, mate. We have a visit from the other side of the pond. I hope you're doing well, sir. My Cobra came today. My 62 Cobra for seniors memorial build. We're just waiting for all the decals to be done up and a launch date for that, and then we can get into it. Daniel says his cat looks just like him or her. Oh, wrong one.
And to him,
yeah. Watershed is next to the greenhouse. Yes, but you're not allowed to use them when it's hot, though, are you? So, what I meant to ask you, Craig, how are you getting on with Victory?
I haven't touched it for a couple of weeks because I've been on plastic stuff, but it's tied up there behind me.
Oh, look at that. This is so beautiful.
So I've got it's in a Martin. It's not a Martin. It's a Mantua one. So it's a really old kit. I've had it since nearly 20 years. But it's spent 10 years just just as a double planked hull, just doing nothing because I had no time to do with it. So I picked it up in May, essentially as a stress reliever because of the amount of work I was doing, and essentially that's what's dragged me back into my model pit, and then that and COVID. So I'm at the point now I'm doing fixtures and fittings.
Right. Are you actually going to do it fully rigged? Yeah,
fully rigged. So yeah, because I've got a mini lathe in here, so I've turned down the bowsprit, which is fitted and in place. Just an idea. I mean, there's a copper plated rudder, but let it fit. But there's no point in fitting that on right now. So, I mean, I've got the bowsprit here, and just as an idea of the sizes and the dimensions, I'm just trying to get it in right so it fits properly. That's just the bowsprit alone, which is about 18 inches long. But it's all turned. I've got a mini lathe, mini tools mini lathe, which I managed to acquire about 10 years ago. So I set it all up and used it for the first time, and it makes this sort of work really easy, to be honest with you.
That's amazing. That is amazing. I mean, especially if you're going to do, the whole square rigging and everything, because like it took me nearly 2 days just to do a little bit of rigging on a 150th Viking ship. But on a ship that size, that's something else, isn't it?
Yeah, it's literally the last piece to do, the rigging, but it's all the lines you get with it. So the original box art for this one is it's all wood. So I've bought the copper tiles extra. All the gun ports are like a cast metal part. I've got a drawer full of bits. Where am I? A couple of drawers full of bits. So essentially, what I've got is a drawer full of ancillaries. But all the lines you get are hemp coloured. Some of them need to be black, so I've got them all saved on the queue to buy when I'm ready to get them. All your fixtures and fittings, which I'm dropping everywhere. Dead eyes, more dead eyes, different sizes, chains, pins. The gun ports themselves come in, if I can find them, in 2 parts, but they all need painting, such as priming and a paint. So all the holes are made to measure. So that it took a couple of weeks to do all the holes, but essentially, if I can get these to blinking work. You essentially end up with a gun port. Ooh, where are we? It looks just like this. So I need 2 holes need drilling in it. It needs detail painting, then fitting. The actual detail on the gun ports is really, really good, but each one needs 2 lines attaching and then drilling into the hull. So again, that's.
Are you going to fit the 2 lines to each one as well? And
yeah. So the way I'll cheat massively, because what I'll end up doing is pre-drilling everything, pre-making the lines with knots. I'll probably dip them in PVA to make them rigid, and then probably a little 0.5 hole in the hull with a little bit of cyanate behind it just to hold it in place. But they'll be probably the last bits I almost put on there, because they'll just all get knocked off.
Yeah,
brass cannons ready to go, but they're not going in brass. I've got some brass blackener here, which I'll do a bit of trialing to see how long they need to be in there just to make them black. So that's probably one of the next things I need to do, because I need to make some cannons for the deck fittings. Got a nice. The crest's nice, but that needs some painting up.
Yeah,
so that'll test me, because I'm not a particularly detailed brass painter. So that'll be interesting.
Are you gonna have a little chap at the front taking a dump?
Possibly. In the head. That's why they call it the head.
Exactly. But, I mean, yeah, I totally would, just for shits and gigs, though, to be honest. Evening, Manuel. Nice to see you, sir. Thank you for dropping in. That's honestly, though, mate, that's spanking. Absolutely spanking. Love that.
So I don't want to go down the front that I had before and just sicken myself with it. So I have a bit of a break. I'm doing got a 172 helicopter I'm having a crack at. And a 172 B-17 I'm doing for Jason's group build, because I don't do group builds normally, so it's my first twist on it. Basically keep me off the streets and keep me out of bother. Right.
So Brian, I'm not a big ship or armor guy, but I posted a video from Model Show of 2 great builds, 1 diorama of 3 ships and a sub. Very impressive. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm not really a ship modeler. I find them too fiddly and pernickety, and I just can't. They do me head in. As was seen on the live stream when I was trying to build. What was it? It was the ship they did on the Commando raid, wasn't it? The one day I'll be able to remember words. I'm pretty sure I've got early onset dementia. Yeah. Anyway, that. So I didn't like it, so we just stopped doing it. John, how are you, sir?
Good. Got home about. That was probably my quickest. It was probably my quickest ever. I was out of there before 2 p.m. my time, which has never happened, and I think that was my 12th time. So I was very happy. Yeah.
Good. Does that mean we have good news then? If it's taking shorter and shorter, does it mean it's shrinking quicker?
No, it just means, you know, I got there. I tried to get there by 11:30 so I can get my my blood drawn and get the blood into the system, because they have to. Your blood has to be within that week. They have to look at it. You know, then they bring you back. They got to check your blood pressure and everything, and they start the line. And they start a bag, and then once you're there, you're in the seat. They know your blood pressures are good and your blood work is good. Then they put in the order for the medicine, and so it depends on how long it takes the pharmacy to make the little baggie, you know. And then once that's ready, you know, the nurse comes in, and another nurse verifies, you know, name, birthday, and what they're putting in you. And then you know, so it's really about, if everything, there's no time gaps between. It's quite a sequential activity, and it was just absolutely spot on today. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah, that was it. HMS Campbelltown. Yes, when I tried to do HMS Campbelltown, it was a bit of a disaster. We don't do boats anymore. Not on this side of things. We don't do boats anymore.
They're ships. Submarines are boats.
Well, yeah, all right, very
Sorry.
good. They're ships. They've got 2 decks. Blah blah.
No. Boats are boats and ships are targets. That's coming from an old submariner. And I think even John A's North American cousins of the submarine world would agree with that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything that floats is a target.
Yeah, we call them.
Well, I abide by the terra firma rule. You know, the firmer the ground, the less terror I feel. So. I'm actually joking. I love sailing.
And everything is a deck, even if you're
not sailing in sailing ships.
Not as much as sailors love you, Tam.
Well, you know, I am a nice boy.
Oh, I see.
This is our big cat, by the way.
Oh, that's the chunky boy, is it?
This is the chunksy boy. He knows he's not allowed in my office, so he's like super tensed up right now because he's like, I'm where I'm not supposed to be. I don't want to be here.
What's your cat's name?
Yeah, this one's Luke. The other one earlier was Pidge. This one's Luke, and then we have Salem and Willow are our other 2.
All right.
We have 4 total.
Is that so every time he gets in trouble, you can say, Luke, I am your father?
Well, his name on the paperwork is Luke Skywalker. Skywalker is his middle name.
Now, does he always come for scratches and hugs?
Oh, he loves it. He is everybody's best friend. He's just tense right now because he's in a spot where he knows he's not normally allowed to be, so he's kind of unsure what's going on here.
All right. Yeah, I can see a little apprehensive there.
Yeah, but it's funny. Let's see if I can get him to show it when he sits nicely because he has this nice white belly. But he yeah, you're gonna cover it with his head.
Oh,
He has this little dark pattern that kind of comes in together like this. So when he's sitting nicely, it looks like he's wearing a nice tuxedo that's barely holding on by a single button.
Oh, that's cool.
It's so funny.
Oh, Scaly Models, thank you so much.
Right on, Mike.
Oh, there we
Damn
go.
it. And we missed the little dinosaur jumping up. Well, we got him for a second there. There we go. Thank you very much, Scaly. Sorry, Mr. Squiddy has joined us, and we have treats, so he's like, just give me the food, fat boy.
Hey, John.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Thank you, yourself.
Yeah, good. Good.
Oh, I just had to feed the one who must be obeyed.
Oh,
Yes, me too.
Pedro, right?
Pablo.
Pablo. Sorry about that. Yeah,
It's all right. We did it as well at the beginning.
I wasn't too racist.
Engage the murder button.
Oh,
Cool, Pablo. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, well, it's funny because obviously he's a rescue, and my partner is Spanish or Catalan, and we didn't name him. It's just we just saw it. It's like, oh, when a dog just speaks to you, and it's just like, yeah, that's the dog for us. What's his name? Pablo. It's like, you get out of here. You're kidding.
So Squiddy was originally my sister's dog. Now he's part Jack Russell, which means he's got this thing in him that is deep in him to kill everything that's small and furry. So obviously my sister thought it was a great idea to bring him home when she had a hamster. But you can't guess what happened. So he got hold of the hamster and ragged it about, and that was the end of the poor little hamster. So she shipped him off to my mother, who promptly said, I'm not calling him Sid. That's too bloody embarrassing. We're going to call him Squiddy from now on. And that's how Squiddy became Squiddy. Because basically my mother was too embarrassed to call him Sid. No, unfortunately, the hamster did not win. The hamster got wrecked. Hamster got absolutely wrecked, unfortunately. So and then obviously when my mother died, he came to me because he was 7 years old and perfectly healthy, and nobody puts a perfectly healthy dog down, do they, when they can give it home? So that's how Idiot Boy ended up with me, or should I say, Idiot Boy ended up with Squiddy.
Do you know, we once had my youngest daughter had a hamster, and my son at the time had rats, and he asked her if he could take the hamster out. And he's like, yeah. And what he used to do with the rats is he used to put them, like he had a hoodie, and he used to put them in the pocket of his hoodie or in the pockets of his dressing gown, and kind of wandered around the house, and they would just put their heads out and look and stuff, because they're quite intelligent. Hamsters are not intelligent. Right?
Yeah.
And he did the same thing with the hamster, but then he forgot that it was there.
Oh,
and it
no.
ran out. And we've always lived in old houses, and when my daughter got back from preschool or wherever it was, she was like, where's the hamster? And it's Hammy, obviously, Hammy the hamster.
Of course.
And couldn't find it, looked everywhere, and it's just like, we live in the countryside, so it's like, he's gone. It's just like, either he's gone into the field or something's eaten him or something. And then over the next couple of weeks, we kept hearing these noises. And we just thought, is that like a mouse or a rat or a hamster? And we eventually found, we could hear him in the walls, and he must have gone through like a little hole somewhere and into the cavity between the walls. And we managed to get him to come all the way downstairs, and I had to take the framing off the front door to be able to get him to come out. We managed to get him back.
That's funny.
But all of his claws at the front of his feet were completely worn down from like scratching, strangling
Oh
out.
my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a bit of that. I think we've got either a bird or a rat in the roof space, and the roof space is not all that big. You know, it's only like 2 or 3 feet from the top of the ceiling to the top of the roof, and it's almost all lagging in there. So it's either got to be a bird that's come in through the 2 tiles that came off during that last big storm, or it's a ratty rat or something. So, but yeah, that scratching at night though is. Our last cat brought a guinea pig home. Well, you were lucky the guinea pig didn't bring the cat home. In fairness,
So our cats are all indoor cats, but we have a patio that's completely screened in that we'll sometimes let them out on. And one day, you know, we'd open up the door, we let them out, and we just kind of, because it was a nice day, so we just left the door open, let the breeze through the house and everything. And I'm in my office working on some stuff, and I suddenly hear a loud shriek, and I opened up my office door to figure out what was going on. And the cat had brought a hognose snake into the house, and it dropped it right at my office door. And he was like, he brought it to me, but my office door was shut, so he just dropped it. And hognose snakes are known for, I don't know if you guys are familiar at all with them or not, but they love to play dead. So the thing was playing dead. It wasn't actually dead. He's thinking, oh, I have a dead snake, so I'm just going to leave it, and he's no longer playing with it. They make a smell that smells like a dead animal. And now that's all wafting into my office with all of the chemicals, fumes from all of, because I think I was doing resin or painting or something. So like I had fumes in my office to begin with. And I'm just like, yeah, this is the thing I have to deal with now.
You're like, oh, this is awful.
yeah.
And then when I came out, the snake was like, oh crap, there's a person, I'm gotta run. And then that didn't make things go any better.
Yeah, and hognoses, they're a tad venomous as well, aren't they?
No, hognose isn't.
No.
I should how much you know about snakes.
If they don't play dead, they will do their mouth open, and they can trill their tail. They'll do it in leaves and stuff, and it will sound like a rattle, but they aren't actually venomous, and they don't actually have rattle on their tail, but they can make you think that they are a rattlesnake.
You see, we have a grand total of 2 snakes in the UK. So
Right.
one of which is mildly venomous.
I grew out in the country area of Florida, so like I'm used to all sorts of snakes, and I think I've mentioned before that one of my first jobs, my biology teacher bred snakes, so I'd help clean snake cages and stuff, and like I've dealt with snakes my whole life. Snakes are
I mean, you've got those nasty old cottonmouths out there, haven't you?
Mm. Got cottonmouth / water moccasins. We got copperheads. We got at least 3 types of diamondback rattler. Well, 3 types of rattlers, 1 diamondback and 2 non-diamondbacks. But
and Gila monsters.
Nope ropes. I've not heard that one before. Danger noodles, yes.
Nope rope. Yep.
Danger noodles.
Nope ropes are the big snakes though. Those are the ones that where they're this big around, and they have more muscle than.
I like that though. Yeah. Jack Russell's are very hyperactive Brian. Fortunately, he's crossed with a Shih Tzu, which are very lazy dogs. So he's, for the most part, very lazy unless he sees something he wants to chase, in which case he's off. Like, if he's outside at the bottom of the garden, I can say, let's get something to eat or let's get a cup of tea, and he'll be back in and sliding across the floor into the kitchen inside a second. You know, and that's like a good 20-30 yards from the bottom of the garden to the kitchen door. But he did that yesterday. I shouted, let's get something to eat. And the minute he got in, he just went skidding across the floor with this, oh my God, what's happening look on his face. It was very funny. And it's the first time he's ever done it, so.
Yes, they do look a little like a rattlesnake. The face is a little different, but they can actually kind of smush their head a little bit to then make it look a little more like a rattlesnake. So they do have elements of rattlesnake mimics. In addition to
one with the big sharp pointy things on the nose.
They do, but so they have I forget what those protrusions are called now, but they're actually a little flexible and they can actually lower them. And when they lower them, it causes a ridge to kind of appear that goes up the head, and that creates that same kind of ridge that you usually see on rattlesnakes. Or they can have it stand up and then that ridge disappears.
Gotcha. John, what have you on the bench, sir?
Nothing right now.
Nothing?
I might put something on it here in a little bit. I'm just kind of chilling, kind of just coming down.
So I was about to click on the buy button on eBay last night, and then I thought, well, why don't I look up and see if they've got the 62 Cobra? Much to my surprise, when I clicked on it, it said deliver today. So at 2 o'clock today, I got my 62 Cobra when I actually ordered it at 2 o'clock this morning. So
Nice.
Wow.
yeah, getting it here to me in 12 hours is quite impressive, even by Amazon standards. So we've got that ready for the group build. Did you say you were doing a 65 Bonnie?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And I'm doing it in a iris mist or something like that. It's like a very pretty purple. It's a kind of a purplish color. So yeah.
Yeah, I looked it up after you posted it in the chat yesterday because I was like, never heard of that.
It's an actual GM color that 65 Bonneville came in. It was one of the color options for that car.
Nice. So obviously when it got here, I was saying to you yesterday about I need to see what colours it is before I speak to Paul about at ProScale from getting the paints for it. So basically the only colour I haven't got is the Viking blue for the bodywork. The rest of the colours, they're all blacks, silvers, browns, that sort of stuff. So there's nothing particularly funky there that I need to buy. So it's just the Viking blue. We've got to wait and see what Paul says about mixing one up for that because, obviously he hasn't got a Viking blue, so which is a shame. But hopefully we'll have soon. That gloss that ProScale have as well looks really, really nice.
Nice, good.
Because that looks designed specifically for cars, and obviously it goes well with their paints. So I might have to invest in a spot of that for like getting the nice shine on the car, because I can never seem to find the right gloss to do it with. Even like the Tamiya gloss and the GX100 gloss doesn't have a proper. I find either I'm doing it wrong or it's just not got the right shine for like shiny cars.
I'll never use anything other than their 2K system. Once you've done it once or twice, and I have zero affiliation with them whatsoever. I buy their stuff just like everybody else, and it's easy to use, and it's really forgiving, and the end product is just it's just stellar. So
yeah, I saw the video that Paul posted on ISM about using I watched the whole using the whole system from start to finish. So yeah,
the BMW build,
yeah. I was really impressed with the level of the gloss that was on the model afterwards, because the only car I've ever done was that Lotus Super 7, and I really struggled to get a proper gloss on there. I had to put 3 layers down, sand it, put another layer on, sand it, and sand it, and sand it, and then polish it, and it was a lot of effort, but his gloss just seemed to go down so brilliantly and be shiny from when it was done. So without the hours and hours of polishing. So I thought, if that works, we'll give it a go. If it works, then amazeballs.
I've also found a couple techniques for being able to get a good gloss without having to mess around with sanding as well. That's what I did for the McLaren. I'll have to look it up. It's the way that you spray it and the amount that you spray down. Like it's a whole just kind of steps with the process of misting, so you don't have to sand. But I don't remember it
Paul.
because I hate sanding. if there's one element of this hobby I could cut out and never have to do again, it's sanding. And I found so many different ways to get around it. I've gotten really good with the scalpel, so I don't have to sand there. Using putty, I figured out how to water it down so I can feather it out with a brush instead of messing with sanding. I hate it.
Well, one of the best glosses that I found so far, ironically, is the Winsor & Newton matte coat.
Matte coat.
Yeah. Every time I've used the Winsor & Newton matte coat, which came in a big bottle-y thing like that, like for 14 quid, which was a really great deal.
There you go. Yeah.
So I, what's that? Galeria acrylic.
That's the matte varnish. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
so Galeria is
Winsor & Newton.
it's Winsor & Newton.
Okay. Well, every time I've used this bloody thing, it's come out glossy. And I was advised that I took it from Evan over at Panzermeister 36, and he said it's the only matte coat he uses because it's durable and it goes down really well. But when I tried it, it came out glossy, and I'm like, well, what the fuck is that?
Are you using the enamel one or the acrylic one, Tam?
The acrylic one, I believe. It's upstairs. I've used it like 3 times and I haven't used it since because I thought, the first time maybe I've just not cleaned out my airbrush right and something's causing it to gloss. So I made sure the second time and the third time that I really scrubbed the airbrush and we had it in the ultrasonic cleaner and it's properly cleaned beforehand and all cleaned before putting back together and then did it. Still glossy.
Because I use the enamel matte from them, and it's all the spirit-based one. But you have to, if you leave it for more than a couple of days, it settles out. And I've actually got a large ball in there to help mix it.
Okay.
And I hadn't used it for about a year, and it took maybe an hour to get it like properly back in suspension because it's just so thick down at the bottom, and you just
maybe it could be that.
no other way other than just continuously shaking it and stirring it. Gradually, it comes back.
I didn't
know
think
whether
about
it's equivalent, but
If you're not opposed to spray can varnishes, because that's usually what I end up using, the Testers has a spray with it's called Wet Look Clear. I'm out of it right now. I was going to grab a can and show you, but just called Wet Look Clear, and it is some of the glossiest gloss you'll ever get out of a spray can, and it goes down perfectly nice. It's a lacquer, so you slap it on at the very end, and it'll protect everything nice.
That's
And
I
you
must
can
admit,
describe
it's
as
one
the
of
glossiest gloss I'm good with.
Sorry, Tom.
So Brian says, hopefully next week or so, Fred and I can do the official announcement video for the tribute build. Next weekend we got a show, and this weekend is STS is at a show, so they won't get nothing. Oh well, that's great. Looking forward to hear that. As soon as you've announced it, I'll put the build up in my Discord as well, and say that it's going on, so we can hopefully get people from my Discord involved in that as well. And we'll put your video up and everything, so they know what's going on.
I must admit, I meant to ask when you mentioned it before, Tam, if there was a link for it, but if it hasn't been announced yet, that would explain it.
No. I mean, it's it's the guys that are stateside that are organised it, obviously because they were, they're very close friends with Senior, so and they've got these they've got these special decals with "Kiss My Arse" on being made up, and some naughty nurses, hopefully. Which will be amazing, and that's kind of the idea of doing that, is that somewhere on the build you've got "Kiss My Arse," because obviously that was Senior's phrase, wasn't it? So
Cancelled.
Yeah.
I was initially thinking I was going to do one of my like the Jurassic Park NASCAR car or something like that, but I think I'm actually going to possibly try to get my hands on a Corsair and do a Corsair for it.
nice.
I found out there was an old Edsel Corsair in 58 and 59, so I figured why not? Might as well try to track down one of those models and do another Corsair.
I also am halfway through the Airfix Mosquito, but I've got one of the old ones, one of the old builds that have got no details in the cockpit. So I'm doing a buy every aftermarket product and see if it makes it any better type build. So mine's in 70 seconds, so I don't know what scale yours is in. I would guess it's 24th. from that one. Lots
Well,
of
they do
detail.
well, don't they?
This is that General Motors Iris Mist. You can see it's sort of like a, yeah, of course it's not coming up. It's like a light, it's not a lavender. It's almost like a light metallic gray purple. It's but it
Almost
just,
like. Yeah, it's just showing up like silver on the camera.
yeah, it's definitely not that silvery. You can look at the color on the website, but
Actually, when you have it in shadow, the purple kind of comes out a little
Yeah,
bit.
you can
Oh,
just
yeah.
kind of see like
Yeah.
a little hint of it.
yeah,
That would be a great color to use on the jet exhaust, actually, wouldn't it?
So, yeah, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do for the group build. I've had this for this is going to remind me of Terry a lot. That's how I'm going to do this. So, anyways, sniff and glue since '62, so that is close enough.
Yep. Well, that's why I got the 62 Cobra. Sniff and glue since 62.
Perfect.
That,
Oh, okay. I didn't. Yeah. All right. I got you.
it was one of the cars that was raced, I think, at Daytona. 1 second, let me grab it.
Were there any good American cars in '62?
The
I
Stinger.
mean, it's a great looking car. I'm not really a car person, but that is a great looking
The
car.
Cobra is a nice car. Yeah.
That's I'm looking forward to build that as well. That's 150 odd parts. Yeah, 150 odd parts. So looking forward to that. That'll be a nice build to do on live streams. I think we'll do
The thing
that
is,
on
the
that.
Shelby Cobra isn't actually an American car, is it? So, I mean, the AC Cobra was a British car that was manufactured by Shelby in the States and sold as a Shelby Cobra, but it was a British design, so that's why it looks good.
I was going to say it looks not too dissimilar to the Lotus Super 7.
Yeah, it's got that sort of like 1960s British like midget sprite kind of, little round. It's got round headlights. I mean, in '62 American cars, little round headlights.
Yeah, I think
I can't wait to see him either.
They
be
have
honest.
big things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Stingray's a bit later, isn't it?
look at those headlights, man.
Yeah, look at them. Yeah,
They're serving platters, right?
you could fit a British car in those.
I saw somebody recently in one of the model forums. They wanted to do the murder car from Animal House, which was a brilliant idea, and I had never even thought of it before. And they were like, "Does anybody know if they do any kits?" And somebody said, "Well, I'd start with a Lincoln if I were you, and kind of scratch build the rest. It's not that hard to kind of do that, is it?" But that would have been brilliant. But I just honestly I couldn't take credit for doing something like that. That was, I'm not a car builder, so I just picked something with 1962 in it and thought, yep, that'll do.
As I say, the thing that's always put me off about car builds is a couple that I did when I was like pretty young. I mean, like 10 maybe, and the way that the paint didn't look like a car because of the gloss. Because I used probably Airfix gloss blue or whatever, and it just like a little bit glossy, not matte, but didn't look like a car. That shine that cars have, and I kind of never got back to. I could really do with revisiting it and trying to get that kind of gloss sheen.
Just going to drop away, Tam. Be back in a second.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is like I mentioned before when I did Super 7, I had a lot of problems trying to get that proper car gloss. But I think, to be honest, because we're using materials that are only really suitable for plastic rather than metal, we're never going to be able to 100% get that. We're only going to be able to approximate it rather than.
That's somewhat of a shine.
I think Lacquer now.
There was more of a shine before
Before it
heat gun was taken to it, but which you can still kind of see on the back end. But
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing the decals, Brian, for sure. Absolutely.
Wayne wants to know how much they'll be. I do too. I want to enlarge one and get it on the wall back there. I think Jess said she's working tonight, didn't she? Yesterday?
oh, I missed it if she did.
Might be.
Yeah, I mean, she just started a new job and she bless her, and she's got school as well, so she's kind of running a ragged at the moment. So
Busy with life.
yep, gets in the way, and we understand you've got to work, haven't you?
Well, she's still technically a newlywed as well, so you know, she's got a full plate.
A lot going on. Yeah.
Oh, and she's building the she shed as well, isn't she? As well, so she's got all that going on. And somewhere in between, she's got to find time to build models. So
Yeah, the one-to-one scale thing is
that's
good.
all. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
You want to pop the link to the video in?
Yeah, I'll do that in a minute. Just because that means that somebody has not actually seen the full diorama. Because I am ridiculous, and I.
Amazing though, absolutely amazing. So when you watch the video, you'll just be like, "Oh my god!" Like,
Speaking of the dinosaurs, I got to work on the sail today as well a little bit earlier.
I'm looking forward to that video, Fenris.
Yeah, this one's been taking me a little while to do, partially because I'm not working on it as much as I kind of wish I did, but also there's just so much to it that
That's a big model, isn't it?
it's
I didn't
huge.
realize how big it was.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing it for Model Minutes right now on his Discord servers, having a go big or go home group build. So it's build whatever your biggest model is. So I figured this counted.
Yeah.
is that quite heavy? I mean, because it's sort of.
Oh, it is.
Massive.
It is relatively heavy, but I puttied up mostly, so you can't see it as well. But there's actually a little piece right here that you had to glue in because this whole body is actually hollowed out. Yeah, you can kind of see the line right there. But the whole body is hollowed out because this is a vinyl kit. It's not a plastic kit, so it's hefty. The Triceratops was not hollowed out, so they have a couple of them in between the Triceratops and the T-Rex, which people reported issues of them being so heavy they were like the legs were bending and stuff. So they when they designed the Spinosaurus, they realized that, oh, we can't just do it out of solid vinyl. We should probably do it in such a way where it's, as hollow as we can do it. So
Hello, Gary. Nice to see you. Thank you for dropping in.
but, let me grab that link though.
So
That was
Brian says, "Well,
club.
Dark Soldier says, amazing job." And Wayne Welly says, "Don't drop it, Fenris," because obviously Wayne's a genius.
It hurts if you drop it.
Must have your toe.
Yep. I definitely dropped the Triceratops, just the head, and one of the horns landed on my foot, and it did not feel nice. There we go. That's
I would,
that's a link to
now,
the,
I would say that that looked like my ex-wife, but it's far too thin.
the fun bit was getting the face down, but now that I've gotten past that bit, that was the one I was most stressed about on the Spinosaurus. Now we got to worry about the fish.
I can almost hear that thing screaming at me, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the fish actually comes with some nice bite marks. So one thing I want to do is I'm going to get some hot glue, and I'm going to kind of do like saliva streams and stuff, and I'm going to paint some of them red and kind of do up some bloodiness on this. But
what were those fish called? The bony fish?
This right here is a Xiphonactus, but yeah, but yeah, see how it's like hollow on the backside, so you don't have to worry about it being.
Don't tickle its belly, Fenris, because that's what he's going to do, right? with a plastic fish.
He's like, oh,
Man,
good girl.
there goes my plan.
Wayne, stop! Please, just stop.
What I really need to do is I need to put a little speaker in there so you press the button and it starts to sing, right?
Billy Bats.
Really fast.
Well, don't do that unless it's moving as well.
Exactly.
Don't worry. Be happy.
Don't put too much blood on it though, because you might get demonetized.
Yeah. It will, and it's going to be just like a little bit, but I definitely want to do something like that.
So Instagram, I think, blocked one of Sully's images,
Oh yeah.
which was it was just a tie, like a wire tie on the gannet. But it was just like, oh, this includes injury detail. It's like,
Yeah, well, the way that the wire tie looked, if you were to run it past an AI program, it definitely looked like it might have been a hypodermic needle with stuff in it. So
I just
it didn't at all to anybody that has like an actual brain behind the eye sensor. But if it's just a computer,
oh, one of my videos, one of my live streams came up recently with limited monetization. The content of this might not be suitable for all viewers. It's like, could I have a human review it, please? And as soon as a human reviews it, they're just like, what? Yeah, it's fine. Those people talking.
do you know, I thought we'd be fairly safe from that sort of stuff, making models, because
Right.
I get it. There may be some things like, depictions of dead bodies that they will say aren't ad friendly. But apart from that, if you make a singular tank or a singular model aircraft, you must be relatively safe from all sorts of drama, but apparently not.
This was, I'll tell you what it was. I was unboxing what I got from ICM. So that was just literally showing boxes of models.
it wasn't a German model,
was like
right?
Wednesday.
It was a German subject.
Yeah, like Wednesday or something. Yeah. It's,
Wow.
I was like, how? Apart from the fact it's almost identical to the prior one that I did like a month before, which was fine and just was the same thing. Boxes coming out, plastic coming out of boxes that came out of a box. It's I don't think there's anything controversial about that. No political ideologies exposed or anything.
Not really. And yet, when like we use again like swastikas on tails, they say and do nothing because it's in context and they can't say anything, can they?
Yep.
Yeah.
You only get problems with swastikas and stuff is when it's out of context. Like if you show it, if I was to do a diorama with like a guy spray painting one on the wall. Thank you for subscribing, Dark Soldier.
Nice.
Then they would demonetize it because it's out of context. But if you put it on the back of a German aircraft, or on a German tank, or a German flag on a German tank, or on the back of a Kriegsmarine battleship, you're fine.
Which is as it should be, right? Because it's like
Exactly, yeah. I mean, me and Terry were having this debate the other night on one of his live streams. That's Little History. So he was debating whether to put the swastika on the back of the Stuka. And some guy, I said, do it because it's part of history. And some guy piped up and said, well, there's no need for it absolutely whatsoever, for fuck's sake. And I said, well, you best make sure that you take your roundels off your Spitfires then, since they're representing the British Empire. And then Terry said, well, you best make sure you take your Hinamarus off your Japanese aircraft because they killed the most people out of anybody in World War II.
And the star, the Soviet star. Are you kidding?
There's the only two caveats there is that it's still illegal in many nations to sell anything that has a swastika on it because of current laws. There's never been a law that has ever prohibited selling something that has a red dot on it because, let's be honest, that would never fly because red dots are red dots. But the other thing is that it's not a dead symbol. It is still a symbol that is used by people, by hate groups, for hate. Does that mean that we shouldn't be putting them on models? I don't think so. I don't put them on mine, but at the same time, it's okay to put them on if you want to put them on. You know what I mean? Like it's a historical thing.
There's two different
matter.
parts, isn't there? One is a historical representation, and one is the
Yeah.
glorification of the ideology that it represents.
Exactly. And there's, I can get the
very
sweetness
different.
of if somebody builds a whole bunch of German models, which side of that spectrum are they falling on? But you need to be doing a lot more critical thinking and using your critical brain more than just saying, no, you can't put them on your models, because
Critical thinking is not something that's espoused today.
I know it's not.
We'll be cancelled for that, for sure.
But
No critical thinking.
but that's the crux of the issue with the symbol is it comes down to there's context, there's reasons why you use it, and you have to use your critical brain. And people don't want to use that anymore.
Well, I mean, look at the swastika in Germany. So Germany is the prime country that has banned the swastika, which I think a lot of it is kind of almost silly, because it's almost like,
isn't it?
you know,
It's
just like, but has that stopped neo-Nazi groups in Germany? No, it hasn't. What do? They use different symbols, because it's not the symbol that is the problem. It's the hate and the ideology that the symbol represents. It wasn't a hate symbol to start with. It's still not actually a hate symbol. It's just been appropriated.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of cultural appropriation, the Nazis were right there, right?
Well, and the thing is, though, too, right? Like, the Nazi swastika is different than every other interpretation of that symbol, and not only like in meaning, but in the way that you display it, the way that it's turned, the way that it's at an angle. You don't have it displayed in that way in any other way, but
It's a South Asian.
it's a symbol that is everywhere across the world. Almost every single indigenous nation has developed the symbol, that specific symbol at some point, because it's a very easy symbol to draw. You know,
That was going to be my next point. The training wing and the Finnish Air Force still have it on their colours, and you know they've taken it off the badge for obvious reasons, because you know the political brigade have been on their back saying, look, you can't really have that as a badge, which is fine. But they said, we're not taking it off our colours, and you know, it doesn't matter what you say, because we were using that symbol before the Nazis.
That's the thing for me, Tam. Is it okay, really, that they've had to change the badge? I mean, it was theirs first, so why should they be forced to change?
Exactly. I mean, there are buildings in the UK, like council buildings in the UK, that have swastikas on them, that were using them before the First World War, you know, before the turn of the century. Because
if you look
represents much, doesn't it?
If you look at Russia, so I went to Russia, I went to Moscow in, what was it, 2012, I think it was. Always wanted to go, never thought I'd be able to. Did a bit of tourism while I was there on business. I was astonished and quite shocked at the amount of Soviet ideology and propaganda that is still there. I mean, in architecture, in the subways, in statues and stuff. It's not like it was all torn down and like, oh, all these ideals we want to get rid of. It's still really prevalent, and I think, you know, maybe that is some of the reason that we have some of the issues that we still have today with Russia as a force of the world. I don't know, but it's like, I mean, you could say, is it more problematic that the Japanese didn't ban the rising sun and change their symbol? Because is there no like shame about it? I don't think you can start making huge judgments about countries based on, you know, how a particular group uses a symbol. As long as you're not using the symbol to, you know, promote the same things.
But what I think is different is the fact that you don't have hate groups running around using a Hinamaru. You know what I mean? Like there's not active groups that are still actively using that symbol to espouse their detestable views that you do have with the, again, specifically the Nazi version of the swastika. Again, whether or not that means you can't put them on your models, that's a whole separate point, but I can understand why it's different for that reasoning, if that makes sense.
I can see the rationale. I can argue both sides of it, but I don't agree that it should be banned. And you know, it's okay to still use a Soviet symbol or a communist symbol, or I mean, a lot of I'll paint my colors to the mast here. A lot of the left-leaning ideologies at the moment, specifically in California and coming out of Hollywood and have grown up in other places in the West, are so left-wing that they are actually fascist in the ideologies and the kind of the hate, really. Banning books, burning books, banning speech, all this kind of stuff. It's like they don't use a symbol, but that doesn't make that okay. So
Yeah,
but the burning of books, that's not really a California thing. That's a Texas right-wing thing, at least here in the U.S. But
a lot of books being banned.
Look at the whole thing they had over the Catcher in the Rye, the ban in the Catcher in the Rye, and the U.S. Education system. Like, one half of the parents are saying it's just a book, and the other half are saying, well, it's encouraging bloody violence and robbing houses, and it
was right wing families that were doing it. Like that was all part of what's the group? Mothers for, I'm blanking on the name now. But it's a lot of living here in Florida. My mother working in the school system. We're having a big problem with it with DeSantis. It's not. We've completely gone off on a tangent from the swastika thing at this point.
Yeah.
I'm hyperfixating, ADHDing, and I'm trying to get better about not hyperfixating. And I suddenly realized what I was doing.
That's never been known to happen before, has it?
Bottom line is, paint your damn models how you want.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's your hobby. It's your model. You do it how you want. And I mean, like, how many issues do we have? Not just with the swastika argument, but about why are you doing things that way? Why are you not making a full scale layout? Why are you doing all that overspray on your model? And how?
Why is your Corsair pink?
Why is that a freaking pink Corsair?
God damn it.
I had one guy ask me on a live stream why it is that I don't paint my model still on the sprue, and I just looked at the camera and went, I'm not even sure if you're being serious or trolling. So
yeah, that's the best thing about this hobby is that you can do it however you want. They're your models. You can make them whatever you want them to be. You never have to cave into the pressure of having to specifically do it in the IPMS super realism ways. No, if
that's one of the things I made sure I put in the book in kind of my sort of final words from the author is your model, do it your way. The main thing is to have fun. If we don't have fun, then what is the point of this hobby?
Well,
exactly.
I think the one caveat to that, tying it back to our prior discussion, is provided it's not actually actively promoting hate, right?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. The ideology. Right.
Yeah. If you do a modern aircraft with swastikas on it, there's a problem there.
Mm-hmm. Unless you're doing a display of a what is it? Man in the High Cat. What is the series where
Man in the High Castle?
Yeah, Man in the High Castle. Okay, I was right. Yeah. So if you're doing like some kind of like thing like that, okay. Again, maybe a little weird, but I can understand.
But I guess it's like the Father Ted thing, isn't it? If you go into the basement and everything has swastikas on it and it's not, you're an racist now, then, Father.
You can see.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I like doing Sherman stuff. I like doing armor and I like doing aircraft, but most of all, I like doing the Luftwaffe 46 stuff. The stuff that didn't quite make it into the war, or the stuff that was being designed. I like doing that, but even I realise I can't do every video as something that's German because it's going to make it look like that. I said to you, didn't I, John? I want to do the Horton 229 next, but I can't because my last proper build video was the JE 126. And if people see me doing new builds all the time of German aircraft, they're just going to think, well, he's a Nazi, isn't he?
Well, not necessarily like Panzer 36, right? Panzermeister 36 or whatever. That guy's no Nazi. He just loves, Panzer 3s and Stug 3s and stuff. And
he is the Stugmaster, though, isn't he?
Yeah. No,
well,
just
really good reasons why World War II German subjects were really popular with models and still are really popular with modelers, as opposed to Allied stuff. Because if you look at Allied tanks, mainly we painted them green. I mean, occasionally we put some black on them, maybe some brown, but mainly it was olive drab, right, in some respects. Whereas the Germans came up with actually camouflage schemes which variations of are still used today. They were quite innovative in that way.
Yeah.
Some of it through the fact that they had to, because it's just well, here's your sand tank and here's a couple of tins of diesel-based pigment. We haven't got time to paint it for you. You do it yourselves. And you're trying to make sure your tank doesn't stand out because the Allies have 20 times as much stuff as you, and if they find you, you will die. That's a good motivator. Same with the aircraft. They have interesting scribble camouflage and stuff, which other nations didn't really have. Italian aircraft as well, quite popular because they have some beautiful camouflage schemes. It has nothing to do with the things behind them. It's all to do with how they look.
And again, I like the French tanks for the same reason.
Yeah, French tanks as well, but they weren't.
They've got weird camo, and it's like lime green and brown.
Yeah, they look like
it's also the lines, right? Like the way, if you were to take the silhouette of a Stug 3, it looks BA, and you compare that to the silhouette of a Sherman. Yeah, I mean, I love Shermans, don't get me wrong, but it's of the two, which one, just from that standpoint, which one looks cooler?
I looked at Shermans and were just like, those tanks look stupid.
The Sherman looks like the epitome of, if you say what a tank is, that's the baseline tank image. Which, I mean, there's a reason why, right? Then it's a nice solid place to start from, but design-wise,
the camouflage is a lot of the reason why I kind of fell in love with the 109, especially the late war ones, like the K models and the late G models, right? Where they've got mottling, where they've got wavy lines on the side of the fuselage, where they've got the stuff that was field applied and non-standard, and because I always realised that doing something like that would be a challenge to myself. I think anybody can paint a two-tone Spitfire and make it look relatively good, but to do some of that Luftwaffe camouflage it takes a fair bit of practice and skill. Yeah. TIE fighters are cooler than X-wings, says Gav.
They are. Yeah, I'm with you.
I personally like that's one where I want to agree, except for the fact that whenever you think about a TIE fighter landed compared to an X-wing landed, one has landing gear, the other one gets hung because if it lands, it's going to actually collapse in on itself.
But it's a space fighter, right? It doesn't need landing gear. It's not designed to land anywhere.
If it's a space fighter, why do they use it atmospherically?
They shouldn't. It should never have been that.
Any forum like this, you could have such a deep discussion about something that's just out of George Lucas's mind.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, and I also say all this saying with the A-wing, knowing full well that the A-wing is the best designed starfighter in anything Star Wars. So
I like the Y-wing.
Oh, the
I wish I had a Y-wing. I've only got a T16.
Yeah, this guy I'm going to paint up in a U.S. bomber.
Oh, nice.
So I don't think the camera's really going to pick it up, but I've done the cockpit up in interior green, and did it up like it's a World War II fighter colors, and the pilots in World War II fatigue colors and everything.
Nice.
Don't push your capitalist freedom ideas on me.
Yeah, I'm sure the rivet counters in the world will know that they didn't use that level of interior green in Rebel shipyards.
Exactly.
James says US tanks were designed around the engine, whereas the German ones were designed around the turret. So,
yeah.
Here's a suggestion: a pink TIE fighter. I like that. Good job, Marcus in here, though.
Off you go, Wayne.
You could do a whole bunch of brightly colored TIE fighters and just say they're Sabine Wren's collection of fighters, because I mean she did what, bright yellow in the show.
The Empire's using them.
Enamel, cool. That take me back. I can smell it now. You've said that.
Testers enamel. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that old Testers glue as well. Oh my god, we literally needed a mask because that stunk so much.
And that's one of my favorite things though about doing both dinosaurs and sci-fi to a degree. You can do them up however the hell you want, and nobody can Star Wars maybe a little bit. People can tell you, yeah, they weren't those colors, but then it's like, it's a rebel cell. At one point, they all just did whatever they wanted, so it's just one that's not on screen.
And this is why I like doing the Luftwaffe 46 stuff, and the 46 tanks, because you can do any camo you want, but as long as you use German colours, it's not going to look out of place.
Yep.
Which is what I did on the JU-126. I used the right colours. I just did them in a different order. So yeah. I mean, but if you give me the problem with that colour model or a camouflage model, doesn't matter what it is, I'll always pick the camouflage model over the single colour model.
Mm. Yeah.
Well, I did a Hurricane Mark 1 in German colours. With it. It was one captured and used to test it at, I think it was Magdeburg, and it's got a yellow, like complete yellow underside, and then it's got the German camo on top. And because the Hurricane, I was looking at it, and at the time I was just like, God, it looks so dull and brown. And it's like, hey, is there anything else? Having a look around, found this one.
Yeah,
no, it is the lip sync connections because I'm using a different camera and a different mic rather than the mic from the camera. So there's always a delay. I've tried everything. There's not much I can do about it. When I use a mic straight into the camera, it just doesn't pick it up. So
I still want to do one day do a Corsair done up in 0 colors and a 0 done up in U.S. Navy tritone, just for funsies.
You know what I forgot to do? From when we were in the after show last week, I forgot to put our names up, so that's why nobody knows who anybody is. Like, an hour and a half.
I couldn't get my sub thing, and I was like, it must be something that I've done. I don't care enough to.
Chris says, weirdly, I don't have the feel for sci-fi stuff. Maybe in a few years, I'm looking forward to a Vietnam boat I got from Alex, though. I'd like to do a pibber, actually. I was thinking about doing a diorama of when the boat gets to the kind of clearing in the jungle in
Apocalypse Now?
Yes. John knows where I was going with that. No, I don't use OBS anymore because that actually made it even worse, Brian, when I was using OBS. The delay would be like 2 or 3 seconds. So,
yeah, that's my main issue with doing anything, any type of ship, is that I really want to do them in a diorama, and I can only do so many dioramas at a time, and I only have so much display space for dioramas. So I haven't done any ships for that reason.
Notes, then all the right notes, just not necessarily in the right order.
Right.
See, Christmas isn't Christmas without Eric and Ernie anymore.
No, it's not. You're right.
No. That's why I don't watch TV anymore. Career 3 Squadron. Yes, do it. I did a little tribute to 303 Squadron where I did a Hurricane and a Mark V Spitfire in 303 Squadron Colors. But a lot of the Spitfires and Hurricanes available are 303 Squadron. And there's a lot of aftermarket decals available, which is good, I think. I'm going to do Jan Zumbach Spitfire next. No, sorry, I've already done his. I've done. I did his. I did Anton. Somebody's Spitfire.
I do have a ready-made, well, not ready-made, but a kind of a diorama in a box for you, Fenris.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Very nice.
It's huge.
The box in and of itself is huge.
Oh God, yeah. It actually comes in 2 boxes. They've actually stacked 2 boxes within the sleeve.
Nice.
But it is massive.
That was that one of the ones that got unboxed yesterday?
Yeah. Here's the bomb.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Wow. That's just crazy. That's that daisy cutter from the Fubai thing. Yeah, cool.
So I'm going to give that one away. So I'm going to do as a channel giveaway next week at some point.
I got the Trumpeter E100 that John did today as well because I've been a bit lacking in Mojo, and I wanted pretty much all the kits I've got are based on reality. And obviously, I said I really enjoy doing the stuff that are what if, because you do it any way you want, and it won't be wrong. You can't get guys saying, "Oh, well, this is the wrong color and that's the wrong color," and say, "Well, it's a what if, so go boil your head," basically. Right. And I thought maybe if I get something that's what if that I just sit and build and I don't do on video, that might bring my mojo back. But that's got a few more parts in it than I thought it had, so that may have to be a video later. That's 9 million parts.
I'm glad you didn't get the amusing hobby. That was a wonderful, wonderful kit, but those were the worst track links I've ever worked with, ever, were the amusing hobby E100 tracks.
Were they single link or?
So to make each link had 2 parts.
Oh.
And so it was the articulation of them. So if you tried to join them with the sort of the tenon and mortise, pin and recess system, pins would break or what have you, and so you had to end, and no matter how careful you were, you ended up having to sort of crazy glue them together. They wouldn't stay together; they would break. And on that
nice to
video,
see you, Brian. Thank you for popping in.
Take care, Brian. Yeah. And but I've had a whole bunch of people say, "Yeah, those are the worst track links ever." So
on the other end of the spectrum, these I think are some of the best track links I've ever dealt with. The quick tracks links. They're resin 3D resin printed, and then they're just like the little metal ones, but they snap together, and you only have to use the pin to connect the first and the last one to make your full round portion.
Are they the ones that Night Shift was talking about in his last video?
I have no idea. I haven't watched Night Shift in a long time.
He was raving about those.
Yeah, they're out of the company's out of Poland, I think. Is it? I can't remember if it's Poland or Ukraine. It's one of the two. I just can't remember. But yeah, they're really nice because they're resin. They take to paint really well. You don't have to worry because the metal ones, metal sometimes doesn't want to play nice with paint.
You gotta flash it.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Is that the mini art one? Anyways.
The links themselves are the tank.
Both.
Well, so the tank is Tacom, and the links is it's called Quick Tracks or Quick Link Quick Tracks. I think, yeah.
Got a nice set of Meng ones for a gecko. They must be the pads and the individual plastic links, and I've just had they're all done now, but they just need weathering. But it was an absolute mare.
Are they the ones that give you the little tool to put several links in and then close it, and then you put the pins in from the side and cut them off?
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that in some instructions, and I just thought, nope.
I then ordered a set of aftermarket, thinking I'd get different ones, and they ended up arriving to be the same ones. I've got the box on the side, and they were, this is enough. No, they came through as Meng reworkable tracks. Exactly the same.
Look at all those up, man. Tracks.
Yeah. This is the quick tracks, and they just snap together.
Yeah.
So they just.
I think they are the ones that Night Shift was raving about. It was they absolutely changed the world of armor modeling.
Yeah.
And Ryan, in answer to your question, yes, Russians did use Spitfires.
And the Germans used one, just one. There's some good pictures of one the Germans have done running around that they'd rescued. Either was it after crash landed on the French side of the Channel, which they rescued.
They put the DB601 in front of.
Yeah, it didn't work that well.
Yeah. Messer Spit, I believe that was called.
Yeah,
I think we've had this conversation before, Tom, about the measure spit.
Yeah, I mean, there's a nice 1/72nd scale model of it, but I'm tired of making 72nd scale Spitfires. If I want to do a Messerspit, I want it in like 32nd scale or something, you know. Big.
Convert the Airfix 1/24 scale one, Tam.
I mean, not quite that big.
Coward.
I don't have anywhere. I honestly don't. I've got 1/24 scale model up on the shelf, and the other one's the 24th Spitfire is hiding away upstairs because it's a bit broken, and the parts that are broken I've lost. So, yeah. But I don't really have anywhere for a 24th scale. I can fit, 1/24th scale on a shelf, or I can fit 3 32nd, or about 12 or 15 48 scale. I don't think there's a 48 scale one. I haven't seen it if there is. I didn't realise there was so much extra things to buy to add to a kit. Oh yes, I mean, with that mosquito build I'm doing, I must have spent about 18 quid buying the original kit and about 70 quid buying aftermarket products.
But that's the beautiful thing. You don't have to buy a single one if you don't want to.
No. And I wouldn't usually, I don't usually buy aftermarket product, but this was specifically for a video.
Yeah.
And as soon as I bought the parts in, Plasma released my video like that week, and I went, well, shit, now I've got to wait a year before I can put the video on.
Yeah, I remember that.
Do those resin tracks, do they come clean? Or do you have to...
Yeah, they're all clean, so you don't have to mess with that. I mean, you could wash them. I didn't bother to, but yeah, they're already clean. They're all ready to go. They just need to be snapped together and then painted. So, some of them still had like a little bits of supports on them, but it's the kind of supports that like break off really easily and really cleanly. So like, I didn't have to really clean up any track. I just had to pop them off and I was done.
Yeah, so Quick Wheel has them. The 1/35th Quick Tracks.
That's Quick Wheel is the name of the company, and Quick Tracks is the name of the their tracks that they do.
So it's $22 and it's in stock. All right, man.
I need to get some for the SU-85. That's been waiting on, and I just haven't.
And they sell them for all the different Ausführungs, so they've got
they have a bunch of options. They have a bunch of them with both Winterketten on and off. They have a bunch of allied stuff. They're still working on building their library, so they're like slowly becoming more modern. But I think they have some Centurion on there as well.
I'll take a look at this tomorrow. Yeah.
So
cool. Thank you, Fenris.
You should have saw it coming, Tam. Like at this point in time, you just assume there's one of those being posted every couple minutes.
I found it Quick Wheels and then Quick Tracks, and then they've got 8 pages of like 1/35th.
Yeah, and I think that they primarily have everything in 1/35th. I don't know that they have them in 1/48th, but I think it's all 1/35th.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be getting those. They're $20.
Yeah. And speaking of larger kits, I finally finished assembling the 1/24th Hellcat. Now I just need to paint it. It's fucking massive.
That's what she said. Oh, first of the night.
The only thing, and I understand why. I know that there was like some weirdness with the way that the development was for it and everything, but like the cowl there's 26 parts to this cowl here. And if there is so much as one little deviation on a single one of them, you can see all of those seams across that. So I'm gonna have to do something, or not. I may not care enough because it's gonna be hanging, so I may not care enough to clean those up any more than what they currently are. But
attach a cherry bomb to it and take it into the yard.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little expensive to cherry bomb, to be honest. It was over $100. Say what?
Going to be done dark blue. Chances are you're not going to see those when it's paint on, right?
Exactly, and I'm gonna try to do the modeling as well. So do the whole thing in black and then do the white on the panel lines. So that's also gonna hide it. So it shouldn't be too bad, but it's for the cost of the kit, for the size of the kit, for it being a modern Airfix kit, it's kind of disappointing, So
Never used Hammonds, but I heard the website is a minefield. Now, I'm going to say this for a start. I love Hammonds. I grew up in Great Yarmouth, which is 10 miles away from where Hammonds is. Now, Hammonds is on an old airfield, World War II airfield, and it's in an old World War II hangar. Going in there as a kid and just seeing shelves and shelves and shelves of models, it was like the ultimate thing for a kid in a model. It was like model heaven.
Here's the thing about their shop though. You can search for. I'm just gonna make up a name something, but like you could search for say Corsair, and it'll say, oh, we only have 2 in 1/72nd, and then you go over to the 1/48th section, and you're just scrolling through, and you'll find 6 more Corsairs. Go back to the search. Just say searching everything Corsairs, and it still only pops up the 2 in 1/72nd. So there's something weird on the back end with how their search is parsing everything. I don't understand what it is, but there's something weird with that just you're better off just randomly clicking through to find something you want than to try to actually use the search function.
Yeah, I'm not even sure why they haven't done anything about it yet.
Yeah. What was that, Alex?
I didn't catch either of that. We'll go and have what did you say?
Hasn't changed fundamentally for probably 15 years.
Yeah.
So I think it is very kind of 2000s web design, and I think they just have so much stuff. They really do need a complete overhaul. It's changing. But I just think it would just be such a huge job for them.
I was going to say it's going to be a whole big thing, so I can understand putting it off.
Yeah, but it is a bit of a nightmare. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gary T, I think you're probably about right. It probably was done in about 2005, if not a bit earlier.
I was going to say
they can't keep the same website for much longer because they've got to realise that it's costing them the sales.
Yeah.
Because I've been on there and I've thought I'll buy from Hammonds, because they're like part of my childhood. As I said, like going through them doors and seeing all the models in the world was amazing for a kid. But you go on that website and you just think, you know what? I'll get it off Amazon because it's easy to find.
I was gonna say, I every single extra I bought 4 extra decal sheets, which is the Hannets brand third-party decals, and I bought one of them from Amazon and the other 3 from Squadron Hobbies. Because it's just easier to find them and buy them elsewhere. It's still their stuff, but.
Chris says, do you have a favourite scale? Mostly I'm doing 70 seconds. They're cheaper and I really don't worry about the mistakes I'm making. However, some of these bigger models don't show an error. That's a really good point. And, as long as you're having fun, it doesn't matter what mistakes you make. I make mistakes on big models, small models all the time. Alex?
I think the big thing is, don't worry about it. It's just like every mistake you make, you'll learn from.
Right.
And we all, like Tam said, we all still make mistakes. On an almost daily basis.
Right. Wait, I gotta hide some stuff.
But you'll learn something about it. It's just like, how do I deal with this? Do I cover it up? Do I just live with it? Like Fenris says, I've done all this stuff to these cowls. Doesn't look how I want it to. Got to make that decision. Do I do something about it or not?
Yeah.
And sometimes you just need to relax and just think, okay, it's not what I envisaged, but it is what it is. And then the next one I'll learn and do a bit differently. So,
my rule of thumb is even if I know it's there, do I have to look to find it? Right? Do I have to search for it? And B, do I see it at 2 feet away? Because I'll tell you what, except for when I make it and when I'm first showing it off, I don't look any closer than 2 feet at my models. So if at 2 feet away you can't immediately spot it, not a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, you might lose a few genius points by reading it. If you got one of the old prints one where the writing is like tiny, you're gonna really need to look. But if you got one of the new big print ones, then you should be all right.
I think to the actual question as to favorite scale, First off, it does matter on the subject because I am more okay doing a 1/72 plane than I am doing a 1/72 tank. And but I mean, I think my favorites really are the super small or the super big, for different reasons. However, I do mostly 1/72 aircraft because those are the easiest to display. I can hang them. I have plenty of room to hang them, but if I do put them on a shelf, I have enough room to stick a few on a shelf. 72nd does well for dioramas, although 1/700th does really well for dioramas. You can do so much more with that, but you're not going to get the detail, right? So it kind of actually, I think, just depends on what I have in mind for a specific project is really the statement or subject, because I do a ton of Gundam. You're not going to find a 1/72 Gundam because 1/144th is the main scale with them, which is why I love doing 1/44th.
Like if I want to build a passenger aircraft, I'm not going to buy a 1/32 one because it's going to be about 12 foot long.
What was the isn't there the 1/48th of the 255?
I don't know. I know there's the 1/48th of the Maria, and that's like 6 foot long, isn't it?
Yeah. There's one. Yeah, it's huge.
There's that guy who built the 1/72 Yamato, which is like his entire garage.
Yeah, I bet.
That was actually a point I was going to make earlier too. That's another thing is like if you want to build a super big battleship, you're kind of limited to which side of the war you're building. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, personally for me, I'm like, I won't build anything in terms of armor. I'll only build 1/35th. But then, if you'd asked me 2 years ago, I only built 1/48th aircraft, and now I build 72nd, 48th, and 32nd. I have discovered the joy of 32nd scale aircraft. It's amazing, and I think, like, largely moving forward, I'm going to stick with 48th and 32nd. But if I want to just knock something together, like if I've lost my mojo and I want to do a starter kit just to get it back, that Spitfire 5C is the ideal mojo kit for me. Like, I've done so many of those in the last 2 years that, Airfix, me and Moz must be keeping Airfix afloat. And you can just buy decals for like 3 or 4 quid for them and do them up different each time whilst doing the same aircraft. It's amazing. So, yeah, I'll do 72nd when I need a pick-me-up. But for sort of, if I was to consider entering anything into a competition, it would be a 48th or a 32nd. Yeah.
I also like it when I can, kind of combine my scales down. Again, going back to the diorama stuff, if I can, my Triceratops in the car, they're both the same scale, right?
Yes,
if scales are easier to match, because that's the thing about 32nd aircraft versus 35th armor, which again, going back to the whole error thing, like the two are so close, you're really not going to notice that big of a difference, but it is there, if you look for it, you can find it, type thing. But
I've been considering
find both
doing
2nd and 48th easy.
I've been considering doing a forced perspective diorama, like of a 109 banking one way with like a trail of smoke coming out of his engine because its engine stopped a bullet or something, and a 72nd Spitfire going the other way, so it's kind of making it look like the Spitfire is further away in the diorama.
Okay, so this is going to be some couple different stages, but because my camera cannot turn and look in that corner because I've tried doing it before, so I took a photo of it. I'm going to see if I can. No, the camera's just not. Okay, never mind. I have I have two 1/48, one Corsair, one 0, and then two 1/72 of both of them, and then two 1/144ths of both types, so they're all like dogfighting, and with the forced perspective it makes it look like the 1/44ths are just further away type thing.
No, you don't get to go on the naughty step for buying a Revel kit. You get to go on the naughty step for buying a Zvezda kit.
Or Mr. Craft
or PMC.
I mean, Mr. Craft are alright, but it is literally, you pay your money, you take your chance on whether you get a good kit or not. Like the Spitfire 5B kit that they do is great, but the decals are shit, and that's the common theme. The decals are shit, the paints are shit. The models can be okay, but you're not going to get a trumpeter or a Hasegawa or a ICM or anything special.
The thing is with Mr. Kit, it's just like use scale mates to see what it was originally. And you can make a judgment call based on what tool it is.
That's fair.
They're usually like old Hella kits, or they come from all over the place.
So
I'll pop that up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I sent the photos since my phone. So the camera can't turn, so I took a photo with my phone. The phone can't show on there, so I sent you the photo of the.
Yeah, gotcha.
Hey, I just ordered those quick tracks. It's $6 shipping from Poland.
Yeah. Yeah, super cheap shipping.
Wow.
And it doesn't take that long to get here either. I can't remember how long it wound up taking, but it was like inside of a week, maybe 2 weeks, something like that. Didn't take very long at all.
$6.20. Yeah, that's
There we go. That's the 4-star. That's the 4-star you're talking about.
So the front two are 148. The next two are 172nd, and then the 4 in the back are 144th.
So you
And
work
a
that
zero.
well. Yeah.
what scale is a zero?
Which zero?
Oh, I see.
There's a Corsair and a 0, both in 148. There's a Corsair and a 0 in 172nd, and there's 2 Corsairs and 2 zeros in 144th.
The 0 at 9 o'clock.
Okay, yeah, that's the 140, or sorry, the 148. And the 48s and the 72nds are all Tamiya. The 144ths are Sweet Models in AFB Club.
Very cool, man.
When I say I built a lot of Tamiya Corsairs.
He's been waiting for that, and he's been sat there with his clock going, there's only 30 more seconds. There's only 25 more seconds till 9 o'clock. Yeah, you are correct. It is Whiskey Talk Corner time. Oh, take it away, gentlemen, as I know nothing about whiskey, I'm afraid.
I just cracked a beer, so.
Yeah, I put away the last of the Basil Hayden the other night, so I just haven't had a chance to go out and get some more yet.
Just waiting for my son to get it back in, and then I'll crack a beer. It might even be a shipyard IPA.
Oh, nice.
You didn't answer what your favourite scale was, Craig.
Oh, sorry. Good question. Aircraft 148.
Okay.
Particularly modern jets. 1 to 32 for World War II aircraft, because they're generally smaller than the sort of the jets that you get. What we got? I like 1 to 35 armor.
Oh yeah.
So, and my ships, when I've had a go at this Yamato, I'll let you know if it's 1-200 or 1-350. I think I'm judging by the fact that was 52 last Friday. It's probably going to be the 1-200, because the 1-350 PA is just going to be a nightmare.
Yeah. Well, I mean, PA is a nightmare in any style, really.
Because I picked a Kitty Hawk up a couple of years ago with the intentions of picking up the complete big head set. Couldn't find it, but I've managed to piecemeal pick everything together. But the one part I was missing was the island. But Edward just released the not the Constitution. Can't remember which one it is now. So this one's 63, so it must be 64. And the kit, it's almost identical to the one that they produced for the Kitty Hawk. So I'll pick that up and I'll just run, and hopefully it'll make it more detailed. But I've seen a few builds of it, and the hangar deck is really bare, and it's too much to leave blocked off. So it's going to take a lot of work to do the inner hangar deck as well, and I've got lighting for it as well. So I'm not too sure which one will be my favourite ship wise, 1-350 or 1-200. It depends on how my eyes get on with the PE.
One
It's
day
been that long.
1-200 Yamato. I would love to do that.
I got it for a decent price. And it's one of them things I've said to my wife, if I don't do it, I'll be able to sell it for as much as I bought it for. But I have no chance of doing that now. If it has to sit there, I won't touch it for a year because I really want to make big headway on the Victory. So it'll probably be, once I start getting tired on the rigging, that's probably when I'll pick that up, because it's the whole work and the big work. So it'd be a nice separation from tying knots and going blind.
Guys, Sally's got a new video. Open it up in a new tab and watch it later. I mean, don't leave this fantastic stream to go and watch it, but make sure you do watch it later.
Why would you tell people, Tam? Tell them at the end.
What you thought? I have a
1700.
chip which has it in the box. I've seen a few tutorials. It's differently a different beast using it, or that's how it's seen. What are my thoughts on Photo-etched? Kill it with fire. That's my thought.
Yeah. If I can avoid using Photo-etched, I will. It's second only to sanding, in my opinion. However, that does not mean I will not use it. It's just I will figure out ways to use to have to fight. Really, the statement is I will do what I have to do to not fight it as much. If that means I don't use it, that means I don't use it. If it means I find a way to shortcut, that means I find a way to shortcut. If it behaves,
Small stuff. For the grills on 35th scale tanks, that's not an issue, right? The PE for that sort of stuff. But when it comes to the seat belts where you've got a thread, thread it through the buckles and stuff, that can fuck right off. I mean, it can go fuck itself sideways with a cactus. There is no way I'm sitting and doing that. What I'm doing is I'm chopping out the middle bit and putting it on and gluing it on the top. That's what I'm doing with it. I'm not about the little stuff, no. But like I say, the big stuff, like the grills and the stuff you can just chop off and glue on without a drama. Yeah, that's okay. But I'm not Studio Blue Ocean. I'm not going to sit here for 3 months and do the whole Photo-etched sit for the Yamato. It's just never going to happen.
The Photo-etched for the Corsairs from Magic Factory already have all the buckles and everything on. Damn thing to focus.
Oh man.
Yeah, the buckles and everything are already on, so you don't have to do any of that. You just have to glue it in place. So I am happy about that. This is one I will definitely use because I just have to glue it.
Fenders, I haven't had a chance to didn't have a chance to watch it.
I like getting the paper seat belts, to be honest. Because for me they look a bit better, but they do fray a lot if you don't get them threaded the first time. The paper will come away from its backing, which is why I just chop the middle out and glue it on top so it looks like it's
honest, just about every single one of my flying planes at the moment have no seat belts in them.
And I mean, if it's got a pilot in it, you don't need to see the seat belts because that's not what is going to draw your attention anyway, is it?
Yeah. Well, and usually the pilots are molded with the seat belts there, so at least you can paint them.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I would say, Chris, if you've never used Photo-etched before, give it a try. Because the worst you can do is screw it up and throw it away, right?
I would say try it in a larger scale first, right? Don't be buying the Bismarck
1/700th ships and starting at 1/700th railing. Don't do that.
You
Don't
see
try
that,
and for 30 seconds first because it's going to make it a lot easier.
You can see on this guy, all of the grates and everything are all Photo-etched. That's much easier because it's just a solid piece. I mean, it's not supposed to have the holes. I did that because I'm doing a destroyed diorama, but it's just a piece that you glue on. No big deal.
Yeah. And the good bit about it, the Photo-etched stuff on grills and stuff is that you can bend them and buckle them and make them look more realistic than you could with a plastic grill when that was molded on the kit, because you've got to really destroy it then to get it to bend or heat it up, which is a bit of a hassle in itself. So it has good and bad points, mostly bad points for me, because I just don't like fiddly stuff. I really can't be doing with it. I don't want to spend 3 hours threading my seatbelt and putting all the clips and stuff on it when I
I'll be
just buy a
honest,
set they're already on.
I'll be honest though too, like if I had the right equipment for it, like the bending tools and everything, I think that would be easier. I don't, so I have to kind of make do with what I have. Do you need bending tools? No, obviously, but I know that can also make it easier. And so yeah.
I think the worst thing actually with Photo-etched, because I think you're right, Ben, this, you don't need a bending tool. It can make, especially big parts, easier. But if you've got some square-ended, like square-nosed pliers, those will do the majority, especially with small stuff. For me, it's using CA glue, with the damn stuff. It's just like, anywhere you don't have to use CA glue is a good thing, because it will stick your fingers in preference to anything that you're trying to stick. Trying to get just the right amount on and not too much when you're putting a Photo-etched piece which is like a millimeter or less on a side. It's really fiddly. So that kind of mechanical handling and of the glue and the pieces for me is, like Tam said, it's just too fiddly. Why am I doing this for a piece which you can barely see?
I'm out of it. This is I only have like liquidy super glue right now, but I also usually I'll have a bottle of the gel super glue as well. And I do like that for PE because you can squeeze just a little bit out, and because it is that gel-like consistency. If you have the piece, in tweezers or whatever, and just kind of touch it, it'll come off just on that piece. It's a little easier to control. It doesn't get everywhere the same way that the liquidy stuff does.
Or use something like this. So this is just like a little micro applicator, so that you could. This stuff as well, it's like made of flexible. I don't know what the polymer is, but super glue doesn't dry on it. And if it does, you can just crack it off, so you don't get that build-up, of a gradually expanding tool as it builds up layers of CA glue.
The only issue is that the other thing about super glue is that somehow, without fail, you can be as careful as you want. You can have a camera on the thing and know exactly where every single drop of the glue is at any given point, and then when you're wrapping up, somehow you find out that you got glue somewhere that you had no idea how you did it. Without fail, somehow the glue gets somewhere where you have no idea how it was, because that thing was never near that. That thing was all the way over there. How did they get super glue on it?
It gets on your tweezer.
Yeah, usually I've got something and I've done it exactly, and I think that's great, and then I'll let go and it comes away on my finger, and it's just, for Christ's sake,
how did it get on my finger?
Glued in place, but also on my finger.
I have dropped all over my. I have
Sorry, John. I've got 1,500 tiles on the back of that ship behind me that I stuck on with CA glue, and by the end of it, it didn't take me long to realise that I was actually mixing the gel with the thin super glue. Gave you the right consistency, but it also lasted about 15-20 minutes on the dish. So you'd have a dab on a dab to work with a cocktail stick, and it worked really, really well. And if you once you finish, because you always ended up with your fingers caked in it, just a good soap, and your fingers came off. And the only thing I was a bit concerned, because it took me about 9 weeks to get the 1,500 of them on. Was just worried a little bit about contact dermatitis, and it was just, by the end of it, it was like, I think I've been using this for a while now. It was in a well ventilated area, but it was just, my fingers felt a little bit sore.
Yep. I will say, there's the whole thing with using acetone to get it off if you get it on your hands, but then acetone dries out the skin. I know one that I found was just water, because water does cure CA fast, but it cures it brittle. So if it's like when it's still fresh before it's really had time to fully cure and set, get some water on it, get some soap on it, especially if the soap has like some kind of like abrasion, like a dermal abrasion stuff.
No, and even when it just dried on my fingers, I just go in the shower and you just rub your fingers together with soap and water, and I can feel it. I could feel it now. Just it grits up and pretty much comes off. The only thing I did notice was my fingerprint reader on my phone didn't work for a bit.
Yep, fills in a little. Yep.
But it wasn't. To be honest with you, it wasn't that bad. I was pretty sick to the back teeth of sticking tiles on by the end of it. It was.
Yeah, never try to use gloves, Chris, when you're using super glue and photo etch.
Real bad look.
Because then you will glue the the glove to.
Yeah, and you'll end up with like little bits all over like chainmail, and it's just.
Well, because right, like dexterity is more important than anything else, and the one thing that gloves do is it lowers your dexterity.
Now my eyesight's pretty bad, but that looks like VMS to me.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Debonder.
It works good, but it will mar surfaces. It says it doesn't or whatever, but it will. Especially acrylic surfaces.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's the thing with it, though, isn't it? And poor old Jessie found it out the hard way. I sent her some debonder because she'd overglued the rear doors of her Foxy box when she'd cut them and put hinges on them, and she'd glued it too much. So I sent her some so she could take it off, and it actually eroded the plastic quite a lot. Oh no, Captain VFC's in Sheffield.
Being bought significant quantities of beer.
Now that is a shock. I didn't see that coming. Did anybody else?
Not me.
I just use acetone, said Jamesy Boy. Is that any better on the plastic?
You can't. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't use it on plastic. You can use it if you have it on your skin. Acetone is great. It can remove it from your skin. But the problem there too is that acetone does dry out the skin because it also can remove your natural oils. It can damage the cells, and if you have issues with dry skin or sensitive skin, just putting straight acetone on it can give you some nice mini rashes and stuff. So,
good boy. Come on. Oh no, not nothing to eat. Come on.
But it does work.
It will mar clear plastic. So if you're trying to, so when you're trying to put clear plastic pieces in, you got to really make sure there's no electrostatic buildup, because what happens is you'll take your little fine wire and you'll dip your CA glue in it, and you'll get close to whatever it is, and if it has static, it whips it off, and you'll get this really fine hairline of CA glue on your clear plastic part.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first discovered that happened, I tried to use this debonder, and it glazes your clear parts. So that was just FYI.
Yeah, and that's the big thing too. Is not only does the CA do that with clear parts when it touches it, but the fumes from CA can also craze your plastic. So,
it'll like smoke a little bit. Yeah.
That's why plastic. I mean, you can still use plastic cement to glue clear parts on as long as you're not because it doesn't have the off gassing. You don't have to worry about it crazing anywhere as long outside of what it touches. So if you touch, like, clear parts will usually still have like the canopy frame. If you touch it right at the canopy frame where you're going to be painting anyway and you don't need it to be clear, works perfect.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't know if you remember when I built that Shelby Mustang on the stream. The reason I had to put a canopy or a tarpaulin on the top of the model was because I accidentally touched the back glass with a little bit of super glue, and it went all foggy, and I even after I brushed it off, you can still see where it had crazed the glue. So
there you go.
It doesn't matter what kit it is. I will always, without fail, at some point when I'm gluing something on, have a little streak of extra thin, not pay attention, put my finger on it, and have a nice little Fenris fingerprint in the model. If you
your mark.
Yeah, exactly. But if you do it like right when it's still fresh, and you can kind of go over it with the brush and kind of brush it out a little bit, and by the time you get done painting and everything, it's barely noticeable. But I don't think I have a single model that it hasn't happened with that ended up needing gluing. Like, it doesn't matter. It always happens.
That just a maker's mark. That's all it is.
Exactly.
Come on, idiot dog. I left him outside for 2 minutes, and now he sat there like giving me death glares.
I'm here, but I got a semi AFK because I have a work email coming through. So
Sorry.
I just hit 75,000 views, and YouTube thought they'd inform me of this. I don't know why they think that that's a
Oh, nice.
big achievement. See, I have to bribe him now with treats. That one, Dafty.
That sounds familiar.
Oh, make sure it touches the side, silly. Wow. I mean, he doesn't eat, he inhales. Don't you, baby boy? You inhale your food.
He's obviously seen you eat a pizza, Tam.
He has, yes. Well, I mean, he sat there waiting to get his pizza bone when I have a pizza. Don't you, baby boy?
Well, quite often, Maria will come through and like say, can you feed the dog? It's like, yeah, I'll do that, and then she'll like start cooking or whatever, and then she'll come back and says, I thought I asked you to feed the dog, and I'm just like, I have. He's finished. It's just like, he's gone. He's eaten it. He's come back. He's settled. It's just like, that's it. That's all it takes.
Oh, you're nervous in the service, are you? Having a look at Papa's hands. Okay, we will go.
My two boxes are completely different characters. One, I'll eat everything as soon as it comes down. The other one leaves it. And then as soon as you start getting the leads out to go for a walk, he then dives into his bowl to eat his food. And it's just like, we're about to go out. And I've got to eat everything before I go.
David, thank you so much. That's very generous of you. Honestly. And every penny does help keep us going, obviously. So everything we make goes straight back into the channel, and making sure that it all runs, and then we've got everything set up for the stream. So very generous, thank you. And of course, whatever's left over goes for somebody's treats.
You getting takeout tonight, Sam, or are you being good?
No, I'm on a diet, mate. Those I'll tell you what though, I had that milkshake about 5, maybe 20 past 5, so about 4 hours ago, and I'm not that hungry. So
it's only brain training.
Huh?
It's just brain training. Get yourself used to changing habits.
Well, I thought I'll try it and see if they work, because if they work, they're like £5 for 10. There's no reason not to have, buy 3 packets of them. And
which ones are these?
Oh, they're the Tesco ones, but I think they're just rebranded Weight Watchers ones.
Right. So if you find because my wife has the Slim Fast shakes, and it's Home Bargains. Do the bigger tins, and they're about £8. So it's the big. It's bigger than it's half again as big as the ones you normally see in the shops, and they're about £8. And I can't think how many servings are in each one. There must be at least 20 to 25 per can.
Well, I got 3 packets because they've got 10 in each, so that's one for each day of the month. That's a month's worth, So I'll have, I don't usually have breakfast, so when I get up, I thought I'll have a shake. And then you're supposed to eat a couple of snacks through the day as well. So when I get peckish about 3, 4-ish, then I'll have a couple of snacks, and then I'll have my meal at about 6, 7 as usual. And if that doesn't help me lose weight, then I'm done. I really am, because thank you, Beth. Then that's it. That this is my last throw of the dice. If I can't lose weight like this, then there's no other way I can. Just stop eating, I think, innit, Boo?
My problem is that I really like eating.
I'm the same. And I really like eating foods that are really bad for me, like fatty bacon, and pork pies,
pizza.
Yeah, pizza, chicken wings. Yeah, big greasy fat kebab.
Coconut shrimp.
Oh, coconut shrimp.
Macaroni cheese made with double cream and, extra mature cheddar.
With bacon.
Yes, of course. And
Bacon and cheese.
I mean, oh, dude, bacon and
Gary says, when you all finish your current kit, what model will you tackle next? Well, I've got 3 on the go at the moment, but they're all for videos. So my next planned build was going to be the 132nd Typhoon that I won off Alex in one of his giveaways. But my hand is damaged, so I want to do something a little less complicated than that. So I will probably do the Rifle Models Panther G, because I haven't built a tank in a while, and I've got the urge to build some armor. So
Yeah, I'm sitting between 3. Ooh.
This.
oh, very nice.
And that's his fault.
Yep, probably. Yeah,
Alex is entirely responsible.
I have 3, maybe 4 that I have to choose from. Either one of the new Corsairs that I got today, or well, that I reviewed today, the Magic Factory ones, or I have the Tamiya F14 and an F15. I need to build both of those, and then possibly the Jurassic Park themed NASCAR. Those are kind of the 4 that are at the top of my docket for next, and I don't know which one I'm going to do yet.
I've got a Husky but it's a
next plane.
A 2.
Next plane is the 124 Stuka. Next armor is the Border 35th Macava, and the next car is the 65 Bonneville. What scale is that, John? The bunny?
125.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Is that AMT? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Shelby Cobra is 125th as well, which I thought was a bit weird. Why 125th and not 124th?
Because
that hornet's nest is
yeah, it has to do with different manufacturers when they made decisions non-concurrently with each other, and then sticking to the guns of what they did before.
Right. Well, that'll be a Reeboks kit then, will it?
No, because Revell make both 124th and 125th kits now.
Obviously.
Do they actively new tool them though? I thought the 125ths were molds that they bought.
No, they actively tool. So the Stranger Things stuff is 125th. The new tool, Blazer, is it the?
Oh, I don't think I fully realized they were new tooled. I think I always thought that they were just new parts to old.
The other stuff is, but the Blazer is new.
Okay, interesting.
New.
Interesting.
Yeah, go figure.
Yeah, that's. I guess maybe at this point it's just because they have so much. I don't know. Maybe because they wanted to keep it in line with the other. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws. I don't know why I'm trying to make sense of Revell. It's Revell.
I think some of them, though, they've actually changed on the box, whether between 124th and 125th, without changing anything else. So it's like, okay. It's like,
at least between 124th and 125th, you're not gonna you wouldn't necessarily notice the difference, right?
It's 4%, which is statistically insignificant.
Mm-hmm.
By
not
Peter.
the IPMS.
Yeah.
So I can still show it with all my other 24 scale cards, can I? And it won't,
Theoretically.
show too much.
Yeah. I am looking forward to John Alec's next engine build as well.
Yes, the double wasp.
That double wasp.
Yeah.
I started test printing some and figuring out where I want to put. Because if you do the auto generate supports, it's not good.
Oh,
I'm
gotcha.
gonna have to go in and I'm gonna have to manually generate those so that they turn out okay.
I mean, it's all right for figures when you can cut them off and you can shape the sides of the legs and the arms and stuff with files. But for engines and stuff, when you've got, and it was the same reason that I haven't printed out a whole load of 3D stuff I've got, because when you auto generate it, you get 500 million bloody supports on it.
Yeah.
And it's just, A, it's so overwhelming to see so many supports, and B, you're going to lose so much of the detail cutting all those supports away. And until I can, dedicate some time to actually doing it manually to print it, then I've just been like, I can't be dealing with cutting away all those supports. Like the DB601 and the both the DB601 in 12th scale and the Merlin I've got in 12th scale was the same. There's so many supports on it, you would have just lost so much of the detail.
I bought the, and this came within a week and a half, and it comes from Germany. So I bought the gray silver braided line, and the what's this? The rust copper or something. It's right over the thing. It's like the brown rust or rust copper. So these are for the feeder lines that go on the engine, and they tell you these are perfect for that. And then I got these connectors just in case, and some washers. But the file that you buy comes with, let me look real quick how many different files that has. Oh, these are fantastic. So Nigel at Nigel's Modeling Bank, he reviewed these. They're not that much. They were $6 or $7, I think, a piece. Oh, these things are absolutely fantastic. They're basically surgical precision tweezers.
Nice.
Yeah. And
they look beautiful. Just don't catch yourself with them.
Yeah, no, they're really sharp. So let me look. So for less than $10, you get here's that. All right, I'll find it. Yeah. Oh, here we go. You get 22 different resin files, so 22 different STLs to build up the engine itself. Yeah, for like $10, less than $10.
So Chris says, do you have a favourite kit you don't want to build yet, but you have had for a long time? I've got the Dambuster Revel Mark 1/3, but I'm hesitant as I want it for the best, if that makes sense. Well, I've built that plane, and you're going to have to do a lot of refitting of the wings to get it to sit right, because what are you doing, idiot dog? Because when you slide the wings over the mounts, what they call the wing spars, they will not slide into the hole. So you have to do a lot of chopping and cutting and refitting and filling gaps, which is what I had to do for the same kit when I did the Dambuster's 80th anniversary. Unfortunately, I lost the build part of the video, so all we've got is the airbrushing bit. But there is a lot of work goes into fitting those wings on. But that is the only issue I had with the fit of the kit. So
I do not currently have one, but I did have one for the longest time, and that was that Spinosaurus kit that I'm working on now, because I think I had the box for almost a year before I finally actually got a chance to get into it. Yeah. Currently though, like I have a few that I've been sitting on, but nothing I've been like super excited about, like chomping at the bit for.
I've had many kits like that, Chris, and my advice would be don't wait, because some of the kits that I bought thinking I don't have the skills to do this at the moment, so I'll wait. 1/72 scale kits, and if I'd done them when I bought them, one thing, my eyesight would have been a lot better to actually done it. So that's how long it's been. And you still make mistakes, right? It doesn't. When are your skills going to? When are you going to get to that point where you think, "Yeah, I can do it now"? Just do it.
Yep. You'll always have that trepidation.
Yeah, you'll always have that. And if it doesn't go to plan, you can always buy another one. and think, next time I'll do it this way. And because you've already done it, you'll have that practice. There might be another kit that comes out, which is better of the subject. You know, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I would say don't wait. I've done that, and I feel that it's been a mistake in the times that I've done it. I absolutely 100% get it, because there is that, like, what if I screw it up, right?
Yeah.
But the worst that happens is you screw up a model kit, and it's like you learn something along the way, and it's like, okay, I mean, you could strip it, right? You could strip the model if you wanted to, or repaint it, or, you know, do whatever. There are no real dead ends in modeling.
Absolutely. Yeah, but I think we've all had that one or two kits that we've felt a little bit bit of trepidation before doing it. Like I feel the same with that copper state model Earhart. I'm looking forward to doing it, but at the same time, in the back of my mind is, if I screw it up, I'm going to look a proper tit on camera. You know?
Well, and the other thing too is
such great builders as James, you know, from
Right.
LPK, have done copper state model kits and made it look so easy, you know.
But none of us are going to be able to do that. Like, you know, there's, you know, Plasmo and James and that kind of thing. They're doing those kind of kits and getting that kind of result. But it doesn't. I know what you mean, but it doesn't mean we can't still give it a try and make it our own. Right.
Well, and the thing is, like, too, like, the longer you wait, the more you put it off because you're nervous of it. There is a psychological thing that we as humans do that then every single day that goes by, that weight of trepidation only grows. It'll never go down until you just do it. So it just continually grows. So if you're not building it because you're scared of messing things up, that feeling's never going to go away. It's just going to get worse.
The psychology of it actually is really... Sorry,
go on, Alex. Mate.
I was just going to say the psychology of it is a big thing that we don't really think about too much. But I'll give you a slightly related example. Was that I have a Dornier Dio 18. It's the Taglieri kit, I think. And let's see, that was from before I was married, right? So this is pushing 25 years since I started this kit. I painted the internal bits with enamels. I was still using enamels back then. I haven't gone back to that kit because every time I do, I'm reminded of the New Year's Eve when I last actually worked on it, and I was as sick as a dog. I just had a horrible, like, cold stomachache thing, and it just felt dreadful. And every time I pick that thing up, it just kind of brings me back to that spot, and I put it back. And it's like, one day I'm just going to have to say, look, I'm not ill. I'm just going to build this damn kit. So the psychological bit is, it does build up. Our minds do weird things because it's like, 2.5 decades since that New Year's. My life has completely changed, and yet still there's this thing in the back of my mind. So, yeah, don't put it off.
Again, another illustrator of that point is I've not picked up an airbrush for 2 months now, and I said to you the other day, didn't I, John? I'm actually feeling a little bit worried about picking it back up again.
Yep.
And I've got this mental block going on now, which is stopping me from finishing the 3 builds I've got going on, and it's a proper mental block. So you need to, I'm gonna try and push myself tomorrow to do some airbrushing. Nothing like serious, just to some little bits of 3D printing stuff I've got about, just so I can get back into it, and I can clear this mind block that is telling me that if I do it, I'm going to screw it up. So,
right,
sounds like you need to get a 1-72 Spitfire out, Sam.
Exactly. I do, but I don't have one of the quality of the Airfix starter kit. I've got some of the very older Airfix ones.
Who's bothered about quality, Tam? All you're doing is airbrushing. Doesn't really matter. Throw it together, get airbrushing. Stop being a fanny.
Yeah. There's no response to that, is there? Stop being a fanny. Oh, good.
That's it. You're not bothered about the build, it's the airbrushing. And I'm sure everybody else will agree. The build's not the issue, it's the airbrushing.
Nice airy airbrush to review as well. So I want to
Alex said exactly that. Just soak it in Dettol. If it's loaded up, soak it in Dettol afterwards and do it again.
Yeah.
Hey, that's that sorted.
Well, I've actually heard that using oven cleaner is better. be honest.
Honestly,
It's horrible though.
Yeah, I mean, I've not tried it, but I've heard a lot of people say that if you stick your model in a bag and then tip a bit of oval cleaner in there and give it a bit of a shake and leave it overnight, by the time you come back in the morning, the paint's all gone, and what little there isn't will easily be wipeable off. So.
Brake fluid also works, but it's what do you want to work with? You know, Dettol's much nicer.
I was going to say Dettol. I just threw the model into a takeaway carton, left it on the counter, came back to it the next day, and it was done. I was surprised how well it worked.
However, mine I left for about a year and it went all funky. Do you remember that, Alex? When I showed you, this is what it's like for a model that's been in there for a year, and I pulled it out and there are bits of stringy paint hanging off and stuff. And it was the one I then turned into the Craft BIU Spitfire.
Well, don't do this with resin. So, unlike polystyrene, resin will absorb stuff from like brake fluids or whatever. It absorbs the aromatic compounds and goes like a rubbery sort of weird thing, and it never comes out.
Yeah. Callie Bear says, "Bring Fenris back. He's so cute."
Yeah.
Thank you, Callie.
I am here. See, I am here. I have work stuff that also has to be tended to.
Nice to see you. We haven't seen you in for a while, Adam. Nice to have you back, mate.
Right on.
Yeah, Callie is awesome.
I've just realised all those memberships that Crazy Loach had gifted are all up now. So now tomorrow I've got to go and redo my end titles and take all the gifted ones off, like 30 of them or something.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Beth.
Oh, that's right. You have the. Was that Beth? That was like, oh yeah.
Yeah. And I've said to anybody who wants to do some of the little voice thingies, if you want to do some, send me a message on Discord. I'll tell you what I need doing, and just send me some things. And if they're any good, then I'll use them. John, you should do one. You should definitely do one. Greatest male voice in the world.
Joshy B. Have you guys heard Joshy B?
Yeah.
Oh.
Honestly, like he needs to narrate 50 Shades of Grey, doesn't he?
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. Or some,
Comes with 3 batteries.
I don't know, Pam or John Alec, if you've seen 3D Printing Pro on YouTube.
No.
Well worth checking out. He actually is mainly like into like D&D figures and minis and wargame stuff, but he gives a lot of advice on like placing supports in slicers. He does 3D printing reviews and stuff as well. And he actually does a lot of supporting of minis on Kickstarter and stuff now professionally. So he hasn't posted for quite a long time, but all his old stuff is still up there. And really good advice.
Anyone know the correct colour for a Sherman Firefly British? There's about 12 different colours for a British Sherman Firefly in there.
I am reminded of the olive drab conversation from last week.
Yeah. And I think somebody even said it today, didn't I? Think it was Dave who said it earlier. He saw a guy, or somebody said it earlier, they saw a guy with like 17 different Shermans, and they all had 17 different shades of green, and they were all right. So this is, I stay away from single color models for this reason, specifically military ones, because you get the whole, that's the wrong shade of green if you do it one shade of olive drab, and then somebody else saying, well done, that's spot on. So
yeah, to which the only response is F off.
Yeah, exactly. And I have said that very many times to people who've made similar comments on my videos, as I'm sure we're all aware.
I mean, especially when you're looking on the internet, unless you've got a color calibrated monitor and the person is recording with a color calibrated camera, which, let's face it, nobody does. How can you tell? You know, it's...
Nobody's a time traveler either. Unfortunately, the vast majority of the people that store those vehicles in that working order at that time are no longer with us either.
Yeah, and have they properly accounted for scale and lighting conditions and both the subject and what we're representing? It's like it's such a nonsense conversation. The whole accurate shade thing. It's like, yes, you can strive to get something like that approaches what you think was the right thing, but all this nitpicking and rivet counting about, you know, which is ridiculous. There's much more important things to be spending our time on.
It's His Holiness the Pope of Plastic.
What's up?
Oh, greetings, sir.
What's going on, everybody?
Oh, we're all good. We're just taking a few questions about which is the right colour for a British German Firefly, and we were just explaining that there's about 70 right colours for it.
The German, what is it?
Liho.
What is the model? What color are we trying to match?
The correct colour for a British Sherman Firefly.
I like to use watermelon.
I was going to say, I think that the British Shermans were more green than the American ones, which were more olive drab, weren't they? But I think the British ones and the Canadian ones were more green, like RAF green, if that makes any sense.
I don't even know what model that is. So I'll reserve my. I'll not comment. I'd say shade of orange.
Thank you, mate.
So I moved. I moved. The Cathedral of Model Building is moved.
Where have you moved to?
To Providence, Rhode Island, from the old place. But I got a much better area to build in now. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we've been busy. I'm doing the Jackie Stewart vintage Tamiya.
That is
what a nightmare this is.
Yeah, I can imagine.
These vintage Tamiya kits. Everybody, Tamiya, this is going to be easy. Well, these aren't.
No, I mean,
these are not.
I've ever had a problem with was a car kit as well. It was the Lotus Super 7.
Yeah, well, this'll test your fortitude. And then I did this. Hold on, I'll show you something else.
Duly noted.
That's from back when, you know, modeling was modeling, men were men, and Formula One was a
this is serious modeling. So then I did I got commissioned to do my first train. Okay, so this is a blank one. I have 3 of them to do. So this is my first attempt at a train.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, this came out good.
Yeah, love the weather and it's great.
There you go. That's what I've been busy on.
Is that just like slot over the wheels and the base and stuff?
They're actually sending. Yeah, you get the lights and all the electronics go inside. He's actually sending me that stuff. I'm going to end up assembling the whole thing for him, but okay, pretty much I'm just painting. They're fun to do though.
Yeah, they look kind of fun. I've got a train kit in the stash. There was a friend of mine on Twitter or X or whatever the fuck it's called now, who took a picture of an old Swedish locomotive on the Lincolnshire Heritage Railway, and it's all weathered and battered and bent, and the paint's all peeling off, and there's rust streaks down it, and all this sort of stuff. And I saw it, and I thought that would make an amazing diorama. So I bought a model train kit. I've never done one before, and the idea is to batter and bugger it up and make it look like this old weathered old train. and I thought, that'd make a nice diorama because it comes with tracks as well. So you just, a foam block or something like that, you throw some grass and some stones on it, and Robert's father's brother in it. So
yeah, trains are dirty. That's what I like about it. That's what I liked about doing.
Yeah. And this literally, there would be very little airbrushing. The majority of it would all be weathering,
Yeah. It was fun. I got 2 more to do. And now I'm getting inquiries all the time about doing trains. I don't want to turn into the train guy, but that's, it keeps the lights on. It keeps the lights on. Do it.
Can I just ask you, how did you get on with that air wing of Aviate-Bs? Because I remember seeing you building those, and then I missed the streams for a while, and I came back. Did you get them all finished?
Yeah, they got all delivered a few weeks ago to Washington, D.C. They were thrilled. The total build time on those was 15 weeks. So, yeah, it was a long time. But
quite happy not to build another one for a while.
Did they?
No, I don't ever want to see another Harrier as long as I live. Ever. You have to pay me a lot of money to do a Harrier again, let me tell you.
I have this, the old monogram, obviously.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
B-17 that I'm doing for the local history museum.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we had Old Faithful, which crashed into the farm, literally like 100 yards away from the shop.
Oh, wow.
44, returning from a raid, I think it was Ned Dieppe, but
Wow.
got hit by flak. Number 3 engine was going up. There's actually a photograph of it from above when it's been hit with the all of the fuel hydraulics coming out. They were going to go to Spain, but then they didn't want to be interned, so they decided to try and make it back to Zeals in the UK, and the wing snapped off just near this farm.
Wow.
But, yeah, I didn't know about it until the guy from the museum said, could you make this for us, and told me a bit about it. I'm like, yeah.
Wow.
So,
Do they have the wreckage?
I mean, maybe way back. I think it probably all just got scrapped. Unfortunately, the farm did have people in it, so it killed kids and people and all the grow and everything. So there's a little memorial, just a little plaque on the wall talking about them. But yeah, so they wanted a B-17 doing up as Old Faithful. They got some special decals for it, and yeah.
Wow, that's cool. How do you like the kit?
Oh, when it was tooled, way ahead of a lot of other stuff, but it's still a 1970s monogram kit.
Yeah, that's like the B-29. I did was the same, but I was surprised at how good the cockpit was in that B-29.
Yeah, I mean, it's got I don't know if you'll see this much on camera, but it has all the interior, actually, the stringers and everything, molded into the.
Yeah. It's very similar to the B-29.
Why they've done this, I'm not sure.
I think if you
on one side as well.
Yeah, I think if you remember the 1970s monograms kits, you remember the guy that did the dioramas in this, and he had some of those open it up so you could, with bullet, you could see on the inside. So I'm sure that's why they included that. So if you wanted to do a diorama, that you would at least have that ribbing, on the inside of it.
That old B-17, 148 B-17 from Monogram from the 70s, and it came with that little brochure that showed you the. Yeah.
There's nothing on that side.
On one side, then. The marks.
Well, yeah, that diorama is still one of the greatest dioramas ever done.
Yep.
Hands down.
Sort of crashed, and it's got the what do you call it with the hash mark landing strip, whatever.
Oh, it's just an amazing diorama.
The bullet holes.
Yeah,
I think the museum wanted me to make it before it took off rather than crashed into the farm. I think that was in poor taste.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be that great.
It'd be more interesting, but
It would be much more interesting.
It was so interesting to look at, especially as
I used to drool over that diorama when I was a kid. I was like,
yeah.
praying that I would be able to maybe one day to do something somewhat similar to that, you know.
But isn't that a great thing, though, that now we're in a position to, get commissions and stuff and be able to put things which hopefully inspire, kids in the future to be like, oh wow, that looks cool. A whole generation to know nothing about really.
It's the greatest thing. It's my most favorite thing about model building is when a young person is inspired to go buy a model kit, or an older person who hadn't built since the 70s. And I've had a lot of people get back, they watch me on TikTok, and then the next thing you know, they're buying a kit, and the next thing you know, they're getting an airbrush, and it's the best. It's absolutely the best thing ever. So yeah, look at this. What's the dog's name?
His name is Squiddy.
Squiddy. Ooh,
yeah, and he is the king of the world and everything.
Yeah.
By his own say so. And yeah, look at the state of him for a start.
Yeah, he's very stoic.
Yeah.
His master's voice.
Yeah.
He's giving me the death glares. Pet me or else, fat boy.
Yeah. Did I show you the Dauntless finished last time?
I don't think so, man.
Let me show you the Dauntless. I have it here before it gets sent to South America.
Gotta go on full screen though.
Oh yes, yeah. Amazing, that Dauntless.
Jesus.
What kit is
It's
that?
so beautiful.
This is the trumpeter.
Oh, it is the trumpeter. Okay.
And if you pull off this was the clear. It was all clear plastic.
Oh, and you had to prime and paint it. Yeah.
I don't want to pull. What the hell? Why isn't this guy there?
Nice.
That's epic, dude.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this was fun. This was a good kit. I don't have many complaints about it except the clear plastic sucks. But overall, it's just a fantastic kit. And of course, the die breaks.
It would be illegal to not show them open, wouldn't it?
Oh. In the way that they have you assemble this is that you cannot take the cowling off. So I had to do modifications to be able to take the cowling on and off.
You've done a great job, mate.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Was that for a commission or for just yourself?
No. They're all for commissions. Yeah, that was a commission for a gentleman in South America.
Hey, Elaine.
I'm sure he gets it.
I'll do my best. I haven't lost one yet. So
you can't be using the USPS then.
Yeah, yeah, definitely not.
Actually, the post office I find is the best out of UPS and everything else. I'm being honest with you. I have found the post office to be the most economical and the best so far. I used to use UPS all the time, but and DHL for overseas, but I find the U.S. post office to be the best. I mean, and I send a lot of models out, and I've never lost one.
Get down. Come on.
So,
oh, there we go. How do you pack them for postage? Good point.
well, I use, what I do use a lot is I go to our dollar store and I buy a bunch of dollar sponges.
Okay.
Like you wash your car with.
Uh-huh.
And then I just take an X-Acto knife and I carve, to go around the wings and to go around the antennas, and I pack sponge between all around the landing gear. And I really just kind of go around and just build this cocoon of sponges. And then once I get that all done, then I wrap it in bubble wrap, and then I put bubble wrap all around, and then you pack paper. But this, I find using the sponges is the best way to go.
I have one to send later in the year, so that's actually really useful. Because I was thinking,
yeah, just go buy the cut the
right to the guy's house, because
like regular sponges, like dish sponges.
the kind you wash your car with.
Got it. Yeah.
And go to the dollar store. Always has them, and they're huge. They're big sponges.
Yeah,
you get these big sponges for $1, and they're the same sponges I use for weathering. So I always have extra pieces, to use.
So you just
actually model building, but they're fantastic for packing models.
Nice.
So there's my tip of the day.
duly noted. Thank you. See, we're all learning.
Yeah.
Well, I am.
We're
Anyway.
always all learning, though. That's the thing, isn't it? It's the great thing about modeling is it doesn't matter how long you've been doing it, you still learn something new every time you do it.
Come on, Tam. You know that's not true. We've read our comments.
Oh.
Not everybody learns.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot that if I learn how to use an airbrush properly, I'll only be good enough to be a noob.
Yeah. You got to watch that overspray.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you ruined that. You ruined that model with the overspray last time.
Yeah, the overspray that wasn't overspray though.
That model would have been a 10 out of 10, but with the overspray, it was a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least I got a free T-shirt out of it. I put his comment on the T-shirt and launched it as merchandise.
Don't you try and correct the internet, Tam.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
my
they
way
know
of
best.
fuck you.
Yeah. You know your time isn't yours.
Right.
What's everybody working on?
Oh well, I've still got the P-47 Thunder Jug, the F-15 Eagle, and the Mosquito on the bench. But I haven't been able to do anything because my hand's been. I've got some nerve damage still, so it is healing up, but it's taken a bit longer than I thought. Like it's been a month now, and it's about halfway better than it was. So.
Yeah. Oh, I just got 2 kits in for another commission. Here, I'll show you the kit. I haven't done anything. I'll just show you the kits I got. The Edward Bristle.
F2B is that?
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Nice.
And then I'm doing the All for the Same Gentleman.
Oh, the camel. Very nice.
Is that also Edward?
Yeah, they're both Edward. I've opened them up, and the molding is beautiful on them. I mean, gorgeous. They look like they're going to be great models to build.
They 48 scale, both.
They're 1/48 scale, yeah. Yeah.
See, like I would never be able to do the rigging on those. I'm really struggling with this Copper State model Bristol Scout C.
Yeah.
That's 1/32.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do the rigging?
Dude, I'm so my mother had, bless her heart, bless her soul, she had Parkinson's, and I'm 56 and I'm trying to do the rigging on this 1/32 kit, and it's like it takes me all morning just to do the fine stuff. I have shaky hands. So
what kind of rigging are you using?
So I'm using the easy wire.
Is it? Here's what you want to use right here.
Easy wire.
You spent too much. This stuff is like $2. And see, you can stretch this stuff as far as the eye can see, and it will not snap.
What is
this
it?
This hasn't
Just
either.
normal cotton.
Huh?
Is it just normal cotton?
No, it's stretched. See, go to the big screen so everybody can see it.
Right, 1 second, hang on. We're going to Rick first one.
Yeah, and this is what you want right here.
Oh yeah, but I don't want to paint it, man.
You don't want to paint it.
No, I will screw it up.
What are you talking about? It's painting a piece of string. What are you?
So,
Are you sure this is the right hobby for you?
PT hands. So I've got to get down to the attachment points, right? I'm trying to paint a string down to the nanometer before it touches the
Yeah.
plane. So that's
Okay.
why
Yeah, but that stuff's like $17 for a roll.
yeah,
What's
well,
that easy line?
Easy line, yeah, 100 feet.
okay, so I'm not buying this in bulk, dude. This is the first and last. So this is gonna last me forever.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
So when I do that 1/350th USS Indianapolis, I can use this.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I can't wait for this thing.
Oh, I did do a battleship. I got to show you the battleship. I just finished a battleship. I haven't rigged it yet. But...
Do you want to know what I'm using for the rigging of my 35th sock with camel?
Clothesline.
No, copper wire.
But it doesn't stretch. I
It
tried
doesn't
to.
need to stretch. It can be cut to size and glued in place.
Okay, got it.
Here's my USS Tennessee.
It's very nice. Is that what's the scale?
It's 1/700 scale.
Yeah.
Jesus, she must have been a big boat then,
Man.
or a ship.
By Trumpeter. By Trumpeter.
It's a big old vessel. I had to tidy up, and now I can't remember where I put anything. Don't tidy up, people. Leave your bench to just fester.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's my respect.
I'll tell you what I got that I'm unreasonably excited about.
What did you
I
get?
don't really know why.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Chapel.
Wow.
The British Chapel, and it's
That's cool. ICM makes incredible World War I trucks.
yeah. I have the ammo version of the FWD.
Yeah. Yeah, they make really, really cool, really good subject matter.
I think they have repurposed the cab from their Maltier ambulance, right? It's like this. It's a Ford. It's the Ford.
Just the bits that it's got the little keyboard for the Hammond organ.
Right.
Nice.
Mate, that
Oh,
is
wow.
awesome.
I like the little cross and the communion wine.
Wow.
I don't know why I'm excited about it. I just think it's such a different thing, you know.
Yeah, it's
It
awesome.
is, though, isn't it?
These candlesticks here.
You got to play
I've
some
never seen anything like it.
Booker T and the MGs on that Hammond.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you've got the keyboard, the decal for the keyboard.
Wow. Oh, cool. Are you gonna? Does it come? Are there decals for the communion wafers?
No, I got to make those myself. So,
If you make them out of paper, it'll taste just the same.
Oh, absolutely.
Scrunch up a couple of prawn crackers.
Yeah.
yeah,
What says fishing line work? I know we use that in other crafts. Probably a little thick, I would have thought. Not for scale, really. But I don't know too much about fishing line because drowning worms is not my thing. So
Does it come with a priest or anything?
No, but they are doing a set later in the year, which is Prayer Before Battle, which is a priest or a field, an army preacher with like some guys praying. So
No atheist in a foxhole. That's the old expression, right?
Yeah.
Gotta clean this
Same
up.
as Father Ted, John, in your honor.
There's that scene from Speed, and they're trying to figure out how to save him, and the guy's like, "How about another mass?" Right? Why don't we catch up? And do you know what I'm talking about? They catch up to him, and they're all in the flatbed, and they're giving mass, and he's. Yeah, it's funny. Sorry.
Oh, I'm starting the Nautilus from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea this weekend tomorrow.
Man.
Ooh, that's different.
I'm starting that tomorrow.
That's the thing with the line cutter. It's got the
the
thing on the bow.
Haven't I showed it to you before?
I was going to say, I think you did show it last time, didn't you?
I have. I can show it to you. I haven't done anything with it, but I can show you the body.
Yeah, show.
Hold on a second.
What'd you say, Alex? I didn't catch it.
It has the kind of big fisheye observation bulge on the side, doesn't it? Kind of Victorian armored.
Yeah.
It's very cool. I mean, the actual studio prop was a very cool model.
Yeah.
There was a Disneyland ride based on that.
Mm-hmm.
We went down. And
They also had it here in.
God, it's huge. That's enormous.
Holy smokes!
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, the top's in the box. I don't have the box. Yep.
And which brand was that?
This is by Masterpiece Models.
Don't know.
Yeah, out of North Carolina. So they hired me to do it for them as a promotional piece.
Okay.
And then they're sending me the Orca from Jaws, the boat from Orca.
Oh, nice.
Boat from Jaws.
Yeah, that's it. It's not big enough, Pope.
Yeah, no kidding.
I found a nice 3D print of the Orca, but the problem is that I can't find a shark that looks enough like Jaws.
Well, Masterpiece makes the shark too.
Ooh. There we
They
are.
have the whole crew.
Well, I mean, in Pegasus Models has a great white.
Yes, but what scale is it?
Not the right scale.
What scale?
I'm limited by
far away.
my print, aren't I? So I can only
What
print
scale,
it.
what scale are you looking to do the
I
Orca
have a
in?
printer.
Whatever scale the full size of my print bed is, 7x4. So not that big.
Oh, because the one that Masterpiece is doing is 1/32nd scale. I think.
I want to say the one from Pegasus is 1/35th, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, but it comes with the cage, the crew, the jaws, everything.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, guess who's getting all my Christmas money then?
There you go.
You don't have to buy
Prepare to
an
spend like $500.
Don't tempt me because I actually will. It'll be the first time I spend that much on any model, and for an Orca and the crew and the shark and everything else, it's totally worth it.
All right, so you can get a perfect one on Colts 3D for $7. There's like a whole bunch.
What, a file of it?
Yeah. Because Tim has a printer, so.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
And it looks just like Bruce. Yeah.
Bruce. Dude. Oh, wrong Bruce.
Hey, if you want it printed at bigger scale, Tam, I've got the Mega 8K now.
Ooh. I wouldn't mind it printed to a scale rather than just the size of my print bed.
It's a
That's
big
that's
board.
that's the problem I had with the Red October. I had to chop it into 3 pieces so that it was anything resembling any sort of scale at all. Because I mean, when I bought that printer, I didn't realise how small it would be.
Yeah, it's
You
pretty
know,
small.
the Mini didn't give it away because I'm an idiot.
If it makes you feel any better, I just realized that I had not cleaned my airbrush after the last time I used it, which was this morning, and now I have a bunch of stuff in the nozzle.
Oh, that's the best.
I did that with my AK airbrush. Fortunately, that's quite forgiving. Because I use that mostly for the gloss-in and the matte coats because it handles it better than my Harder and Steenbeck.
Yeah.
I must have put it on there. Then, like an hour later, I will have turned the compressor off when I realised that it was annoying the shit out of me, and I will have just popped some water in there and left it, and it will have evaporated and dried and become gloopy and came out in one piece when I about a month later when I went to use it again.
Like airbrush magma, right?
Yeah,
Well, I just got a new airbrush. This is going to be. I'm working with this company to do my own airbrushes, so they just sent me a bunch of airbrushes. This is the Mobius.
they're nice. Galeri, isn't
Hey, they stole my idea.
Yeah.
That's Galeri, right?
Galeri, yeah.
Yeah.
I was talking to them about 2 months ago, and I said,
Yeah.
"Do your own branded like ones like Squidmar does with H&S," and they're like, "No, we don't do that." Son of a bitch, you stole my idea.
They're doing it for me.
So for Galeri, there's some questionable stuff
Nefarious.
associated with them. That's exactly in that regard of them stealing people's ideas and supporting people who con other people out of their money and not actually providing product. I don't have all the details off the top of my head. I'd have to dig into there, but Galeri, hearing that they stole an idea doesn't surprise me. I'll say it that way.
Well, I'm a con man. That's why they want to work with me. So
Right, exactly.
Are they a Chinese company? Where
yeah, they're Chinese.
Yeah, they're out of China. Yep.
Yeah.
Like most of them. But the
They're-
airbrush is phenomenal. I mean,
Company
it works. It's a great airbrush. Hey, look, if
So
I can get some
that one-
free airbrushes with my name on them, I'm all for it. I don't give a crap what they do.
Another big thing is because they love handing out airbrushes, and they'll hand out amazing ones for YouTubers to use, and then like everybody that I've heard that's gone back and bought an airbrush, including the YouTubers, they'll go back and buy one from them, and it'll be completely different, completely just trash. From what I've heard. Again, this is all from what I've heard. Also, let me make that very clear because I haven't had much interaction with them.
I don't know. They've been wonderful to deal with so far, and I've had a lot of interaction with them. And
Well, I hope
maybe
that's not
free
the case.
airbrushes.
Yeah. I hope that it's not going to carry through. I'm just letting you know that is what I've
I
heard.
mean, I hope it's the case because I bought one on James from LPJ's Models. I bought the Jihad 39. I know that sounds funny when you say Jihad like that, but but I bought it on his recommendation.
To airbrushing, though.
If they've sent him like a good one and the one they've sold me is a load of trash, then I'm going to be really unhappy about that. Because that's 45 quid I paid. They didn't bloody send me one, did they? Because I'm too small. I've got like 1,200 subs. So
Yeah, because
I was pleased with it. It's working really well.
That Mobius one as well, because it's got the little cutouts on the side, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And I think that's
Really
for
well
me,
reviewed.
It's really well.
Well, the thing I like about it best is their nozzle. They have a really, I think it's patented. This patented type of nozzle that it's got an extremely good airflow, which lends itself to be a very consistent spray, which I really, really like. Even if it gets a little paint in it, the spray stays very, very consistent, and that's probably my most favorite thing about it. It's easy to use. It's a simpler brush versus.
You should try it, Tam. It'll cure all your overspray problems.
what got me was a bit later down in the comments, the guy said, "You should get some good gear." I'm like, "What? Harder and Steenbeck's not fucking good enough for you?"
You know my
Jesus
opinion of
Christ.
H&S.
Yeah.
Over-engineered.
Oh my god, I can't.
I gotta say, I do really like it. You know, that
I have the top of the line one. What do you call the? What's the best one? The chameleon or whatever. That's the one I have. It is terrible. I can't stand that thing. You have to fully clean it every time you freaking use the thing.
Yeah.
It's
funny 'cause some
too
people absolutely-
over-engineered.
But I mean, I've got the Evolution Silverline, and I found exactly the same thing.
Oh my god! Every time and I was like, "Oh my god, this thing is amazing." Then 2 seconds later, I go to spray it again. It's all clogged.
Yeah.
I'm like,
See,
I
now
spent
I've had exactly the
$400 on
opposite.
this airbrush, and I've got to clean it every single time.
The harder.
I've had the opposite results. I've never had a clog with it, and I've never ever had any tip dry at all with it.
See, because they
it's the
sent
airbrush
you
I've
one,
ever
they
had
sent
that I
you their
haven't.
best one, and then they sent us the crappy ones.
Yeah, it's the same as John's. It's the Infinity,
Yeah.
Infinity CR Plus is the one I've got. It's an amazing
Yeah.
airbrush.
Yeah.
It is if you spend an hour getting it all set up and perfect. And
Which one is that one?
This is the same one Tam has. It's the
Yeah, the Infinity CR Plus.
So I
I
had
love it.
such problems with mine. I actually got so frustrated. I didn't throw it or anything. I just dropped it out of my hand, and it landed on the needle backwards, and it pushed it into the nozzle and broke the nozzle because it's got that little tiny nozzle piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Replacing that nozzle cost as much because I was so pissed off. I just went on Amazon and bought the cheapest airbrush I could to do a review on it, just as a sort of revenge
Yeah.
video. And that cheap airbrush was cheaper than the nozzle, excluding postage.
Yeah.
And when I got it, it was literally it's about 3 or 4 millimeters long, and it's just like I put it into my H&S. What was it? About 3 weeks ago, which was about a year after I
Yeah.
dropped it. Because it's just like the cheap Fender that I bought. Yeah, it's fine. It's okay. You know. For,
I stopped using it because I was just get pissed off at it every single time I used it. I haven't used it in 2 years. I just throw it in a drawer. I've been.
Well, if you don't want yours, I'm happy to take any rejects that you don't want.
Yeah, well, let's see. I spent $400. I'll sell it to you for $200. How's that?
I mean, yours is the chameleon. Did you say?
The chameleon, yes.
Yeah, I've not used that before, but I'll take Alex's for spare parts.
It's beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful airbrushes I've ever seen ever. It is gorgeous. Gorgeous airbrush.
I was so excited when I got it.
Me
out.
too. I was so
Oh.
excited. I got that thing. I was like, oh my God, this is, this is it. This is the greatest thing ever. Oh, and it sprayed so nice the first time. Set it down. Then it went to work, went back. The thing wouldn't even spray. It's like, what the fuck is this thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
I'm just.
I've got to go. I'm going to go, folks.
I've
Sorry.
never actually seen a chameleon before. Sorry, you were saying, mate.
Yeah, I've got to go, mate. So it's good to see you, mate. It's just,
Greg, we'll see you later, brother.
yeah,
Yeah, we'll see you
good to
later.
see you all.
Take care.
Take care, Greg.
And you.
Right.
Cheers.
Bye, mate. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
So everybody's pretty much saying that their jihad is good and it worked perfectly.
What?
Nugget says it. David says, yeah, test it with water before use. There was somebody else who said it as well, but apparently it wasn't actually. Okay. They just said, yeah. So that's a bit more comforting because, well, like, you know, I mean, it's like anything, isn't it? You don't want to find out that it's just a dead duck when you buy something new. If you buy something functional, you want it to function as intended, don't you?
Especially if it's 3 figures. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I just looked at the Harder and Steenbeck Chameleon, and it is currently going for $229.99.
Quid.
Pound.
Yeah, the cheapest I found is $145.99. Oh no, that's the Evolution.
Yeah, so there you go. That's $400.
Yeah, I paid
US. USD.
320 for my Infinity.
But to be honest, I mean, the way my Infinity works, that was I got that with the 4.0 needle only, so that was 180. And I bought a 1.5 needle afterwards. But that's all I need. I wouldn't be, you know, unless I had a demonstration and somebody let me use theirs beforehand. I don't see the need to buy another good airbrush. I've got a good airbrush. I've got an AK airbrush, and I've got a Jihad now. So between those three airbrushes, that's pretty much all I need. No, I could that Harder and Steenbeck, the Chameleon, could be the best airbrush in the world, but I still wouldn't need it because I've got.
I just have the single. I have the Neo for Iwata, and I've never felt the need to get another airbrush. So.
Yeah, I have two. I use two airbrushes. Only because I don't want to change needles.
I find that the Harder and Steenbeck has a lot of problems with water-based acrylics, so I don't use water-based acrylics in it. I only use Tamiya and Mr. Color in it. And like I said, I've never had blockages with it. I've never had tip dry with it. I've rarely had any issues with it that weren't my own making, you know, like I left it overnight without cleaning it or something like that, you know, and after a good deep clean, then it works easy as anything. So I use, you know, my AK basic line brush for doing the water-based acrylics with. And it does its job perfectly, you know, and I also use it for doing the matte coats and the gloss coats with, because it's a cheap airbrush. I think it's a three needle it's got in there, so it sprays fairly wide and fairly wet. And for doing, you know, single color or colors where you've masked it off and doing wet coats, it's perfect. But you won't get any fine detail work with it. You couldn't do any detailing or any marbling or anything like that with it, but for what I use it for, it's brilliant, you know.
Yeah. What needle are you using for fine detail? You like
1.5 on the Harder and Steenbeck. And again, that's perfect for what I need it for. So
yeah. And that's the Jihad?
No, that's the Harder and Steenbeck Infinity CR Plus.
Oh.
And again, that's used with alcohol-based paints or hybrid-based acrylics. So
I like the Al-Qaeda 5.3. That's my.
Do you think that was? Do you think that they thought, "Oh, I know it would be a good idea. Let's call it a Jihad 39." And nobody thought, "Wait, what? Jihad?"
I keep seeing it, and I keep just like pronouncing it Jad, like Chad, but.
Yeah, Chad is good.
Jad.
Or Gad, you know, the H could be silent. You know,
yeah.
The Americans, just take everything so literally.
Yeah. Being Chad.
I know.
I prefer my airbrushes like my women, low maintenance.
Good. Amen, brother. Amen. And very inexpensive.
I know Crazy's got 3.
Yeah.
He said he had 3 Mobius or 3 Jihads last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think a lot of people who airbrush quite a lot have got more than one airbrush just for like different things, and they think it's kind of without thinking of it, you just kind of fall into doing certain things with certain airbrushes kind of naturally.
That's why I have 2. I'm ready to go.
I just used
this one is the Nadeco. This thing is fantastic, and this was like $30. And this is a great airbrush.
I made an airbrush years ago. I kind of machined the parts. I was working as a welder. I mean, I was like 19 at the time. So this is how long ago it was, and I machined most of the part. You know, obviously the nozzle and the stuff that I couldn't do, I bought like from the model shop, and the needle and stuff, and the chuck-in nuts and all those bits. I bought all those, but the shell for it I made myself, and I'm gonna have to pull that out and see if how well that actually works compared with the others. I think, because I think it will be interesting to see how an old airbrush holds up to kind of, you know, modern hand-tooled top of the line and some kind of, you know, lower range airbrushes.
I mean, I used to use an old Badger 150 copy, not even an actual proper Badger, for all of my early stuff. Fantastic. I mean, I used to do a lot of German, like scribble camouflage and stuff. I didn't even know what size needle it had. I didn't know that it had different ones, you know. I think a lot of people get caught up. Pablo, what the hell are you doing? Sorry, man. Rattling away on the bed with some paper. There you go.
There it is.
Nice.
This is the Badger 360.
Yeah, mine was the 150, not the gravity feed. Mine was the Venturi one.
I never understood this gravity feed though. Look how small this cup is. I was spilling paint every time I would paint anything. It was all over me, all over the floor.
Yeah.
It's like this is the most ridiculous design in an airbrush in the history of airbrushes.
That's it's tiny as well.
Yeah.
Tiny cup.
And it's really odd shape as well.
Is it offset as well?
What's that?
Is it offset to one side or no?
It's off to one side. So you have to paint. You have to paint like this. Always. You always have to be like this.
Was it designed in a convent or something? You know.
What's that?
Was it designed in a convent or something to make you, you know?
It was designed for this.
All right for left-handers like myself.
Yeah.
Not really for right-handers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right-handed myself. Yeah.
One of the craziest designs ever, and I paid like $200 for this airbrush.
Wow. Did they have glass doors because they saw you coming, didn't they?
Probably.
The first time I ever used an airbrush, it was one of those things where you kind of blow into it and it produces the spray at school, you know, with the jar that you screw on at the bottom. It wasn't even like bloody sophisticated thing. You blow on it and it just puts ink all over the paper, or if you blow it in sort of the direction of the person you don't like or the teacher, it covers them too. But it's so pretty much anything's a step up from that, I think.
Yeah.
Venturi flow. Well, I mean, all airbrushes are Venturi flow, aren't they? Because they use a Venturi nozzle to atomize the paint. So.
Yeah. We could talk airbrushes for hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't even have a compressor when I started airbrushing for the first time on models. I had one of the screw-on air cans, and I'll tell you what, they go through those like in nobody's business.
Yeah. When I first got my airbrush, that Badger, I had to air can. And like paint, I used one can for like the side of an airplane. I was like, I'm done with this. I'm getting a freaking compressor. That was it.
Yeah. Yeah. My first compressor died though.
I went through two this year. I burned through two of them this year.
Yeah, I can believe it. I mean, if you're airbrushing a lot, you know,
I airbrush every day, all day.
A lot in it, so.
But this new Galeri one, even though they rip everybody off and only deal with scoundrels, they make a great compressor.
Well, if they want to deal with scoundrels,
Yeah.
tell them they can send me a compressor for review.
Okay. Look at that
It's
thing.
literally called No Name.
Good.
No name.
That's fantastic.
Brilliant.
Oh man, I can't see it. I'm sorry.
The no name.
Oh, spray gunner.
Spray gunner. Yeah, they're out of Orlando.
All right, gotcha. Yeah,
This
I've heard of
thing
it.
is the
Yeah.
freaking. It's the bomb, dude. I've had this 2 years. It never fails me. It always stays whatever. It's quiet and it was cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that's how I like my women, quiet and cheap.
Oh,
That's right.
man.
Available on an hourly basis, Tower.
Oh,
Absolutely. I mean, they don't pay me much on YouTube, you know. So, anybody actually ever
Can't get a
bought the
Galarian
Airbrush?
compressor here, though, champ. They're all 110 volt.
I don't
So
like
let's
them
move
quiet or cheap. Come on.
Packaging hasn't changed in 40
I
years.
need to log on off. I gotta tend to some stuff with work here. So,
All right,
I will
Ferris.
see you all
We'll
next week.
see you.
Cheers,
See you
man.
next week, mate. Take care.
Yeah. I got to go too. I got a hot date, believe it or not.
Oh,
Oh, fingers crossed for you then.
quiet and cheap.
Yeah. Hopefully she's like the. Hopefully she's like that compressor. You know, long, steady blowing.
Last 10 years or more.
I don't want me to be Gene Simmons, dude.
I've just got a message from somebody saying, "Damn, I'm not quiet or cheap."
Well, that's true.
All right, guys. With that, I'm gonna let you all go.
We'll see you all later.
I'll show you the next week. I'll show you the Nautilus. So,
All right.
Yeah.
But
All
nothing.
right, mate.
and the finished F1 car.
Ooh,
All right.
Cars.
I'll
You
see you
too,
guys later. Have a great one. See ya.
Yeah, any mate.
Take care, buddy.
Oh, then there were 3.
Hardcore.
But there's not none. Yeah. That's funny.
We're very, very quiet in the chat. Stop being quiet. I don't like it when it's quiet. I think you're plotting things. Evilies.
Oh, did you see the question about the Airfix airbrush?
Yeah. I mean, I've never, ever even contemplated using one. Not going to lie. When I was looking up best airbrushes to buy when I got back into modeling in like 2012, that wasn't even a consideration that was on my list.
No, I mean, in general, I think it's a good rule that you shouldn't buy anything model related from a kit manufacturer, generally
Yeah.
speaking. You know, Airfix, Revell, Italeri, still can't say that properly. You know, don't buy tools from them, don't buy airbrushes, don't buy any of that stuff. It's like, go to companies that actually have expertise in it, you know?
I think
Vallejo,
the one kind of exception to that rule is some of the Tamiya tools are quite good.
but they're expensive for what they are. You can buy better.
I agree, but I'd rather pay 30 quid for a decent set of side cutters than pay £6 and have to keep replacing them every year. You know?
Yeah,
Because
but you
it's
buy
money.
a set of display ones that is 10 times better than the Tamiya ones for the same price.
Fair. I was looking at those actually. I mean, I've got them saved to my list, and I was like, shall I not? I could have a pizza with that.
If you go single bladed, you never go back. If they were black, it would rhyme. But yeah, I mean, I still use the old cheap ones for cutting, big sprues and like, for example, those. Where is that? Yeah,
I knew you were plotting things.
these.
But
Like, where is it? Like, look at the size of the.
yeah,
That's where the sprue attaches to. You can see I didn't use my single bladed cutters for that because it's just
Yeah.
like this would destroy them.
yeah.
So still got the cheap ones for that, and then I'll probably cut that and then file off the bit. So you got to be
I
a
haven't
little
had any Airfix kits yet. I haven't finished any this year yet. I've not finished a single model kit this year, due to one reason or another, and I'm most unhappy about that. I'm not going to lie. Dark Soldiers, Display are my favourite tooling company. Yeah, I mean they've got a lot of stuff that look really, really good, but again, you know, they're I would only take advice from people I trust, like Alex or John, who both got display products, and I think
They do a little set of sanding sponges, which are fantastic. Yeah, there you go. There's the cutters.
Yep. This works great. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at that, but then I thought, to be honest, I don't think I would use it enough to justify buying one.
Yeah.
Like, I use it like once or twice every year, so you know, paying out £60 odd for something I use once or twice is kind of. I've got one of those twiddly cutty things that cost £6. That if I need to do it, that
I use it more than I thought I would. So there's all kinds of stuff that comes up where you want to, you know, cut out some sort of stencil, some sort of circular stencil, and you're like, oh yeah, I've got this precision instrument, and you know, if you've got a
see, I've heard a lot of things about bending.
micrometer.
Yeah, I might get a Fender airbrush and try that out as well.
Yep, that's the cheapest one I got, Tam, from Amazon, and it's absolutely fine.
There was another one I wanted to try. What was its bloody name?
Well, Fender rebrand. So a lot of people use Fender products as different names, like TimberTech. That's all Fender. It's a lot of stuff on Amazon. If it looks the same, it's because it is. It's Fender stuff. There's a big Chinese factory that basically makes it all. That's the reality. Same as these, actually.
Hi, sweetie.
Yeah, they're a company in Hong Kong, aren't they? I kind of messaged them to see if they would sponsor the show, but no reply. So I guess that's.
If I get enough subs, I can make branded copies of these.
Oh, right.
But the minimum order is 500.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot.
Even at trade prices, 500 times that is a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Need to make it a bit more before that. Like, even if I sold all of the models in a shop tomorrow, that would still be too much.
Yeah. You'd make more as a street urchin. You know? Right. We have jokes in movies where, you know, there's a panhandler, and at the end of the day, they tear off their panhandler clothes and they run over to their Cadillac and drive off. You know? Yeah.
Yep, TimberTech compressor and airbrush Fender. Yeah, I've got exactly the same one, but Fender.
Ryan has a Fender as well.
Yeah, and that little. So I got the Fender compressor. It's like the little one, about the same size as. Well, actually, a little bit smaller than. Mine's a bit smaller than John's. You'll be interested to know.
Wow.
But it's the one with the tank, and it's the quiet one. So it's not quite as quiet as a dentist's one, which is kind of. They're the expensive ones because you can have a conversation while they're on, and you can with this one. It's you can notice it.
Is that the kind of square type compressors, or is it one of the ones with a tank?
It's a little circular tank with a little motor on top. You can buy the ones just with the motor, but obviously the tank gives you a little bit of.
It stops the pulse ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard about pulsing. I mean, the first compressor I had was an on-demand thing. I've still got it. Still works. So, you know, it goes when you press the button. And I never had any issues with pulsing. But it's just it just gives you a little bit of time, you know, that little bit of security.
Yeah, I mean, I found recently, and I don't know whether this is a fault with my airbrush or whether I know I'm leaking a little bit from my quick connector, but I'm emptying the tank quite quickly using my
It comes with
airbrush.
age. It's,
I mean, that's only like a year, 2 years old. So it's not like it's a 10-year-old one now. You know, my old one that died a couple of years ago was 10 or so years old, and it had a reasonable amount of use out of it. It wasn't really overused, but
So
this one I think probably used a bit more than the last one. So
yeah, I was being smutty rather than serious. So yeah.
oh, okay.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, I have the same thing. So I use quick change fittings because the advantages massively outweigh the disadvantages. Because you do get a little bit of leaking, especially if you angle them slightly, if you touch them and stuff. But it's just like,
I'm trying to figure out a way to get around that. I mean, maybe an elastic band doubled up around the top of it, and I don't know.
Just accept it. Just
Hey,
Yeah,
Tam,
the thing is though, like if I'm airbrushing for about 5 minutes constantly, it does empty the tank and then lose all pressure. So
that shouldn't happen.
yeah, and that's what I'm wondering why it's causing it. So I'm thinking it can only be down to the fact that it's leaking.
Is it harder in Steenbeck?
No, it's when I use the AK one to do the wide spraying. Like I call it wide spraying because it's not fine detail. You know, it's like doing over the bits that
Volume,
are
yeah.
doing
You're
the
using more air, so it's
yeah.
that sounds like a compressor issue rather than an airbrush issue.
That's what you get for letting your dad buy you a cheap one as a replacement.
I mean, if the compressor isn't keeping up with demand, yeah, that's a compressor issue.
hey, Tam, Mike at Scathing Models, he's golden. So
Oh, thank you for joining, mate.
Mike is a good guy. Scathing Models. Yeah.
It's lovely to have you aboard. I think you joined the channel earlier as well, so we've got to change all the bits about anyway, because I know we've had a couple of new people join tonight, and like I said, all the gifters have run out, so get rid of all of those because you don't get time at the end of my video for free.
Oh, it's all right. Yeah, no, Mike's been on the scene for a long time, so he's a nice, good guy. Yeah.
Awesome. Maybe one week he might want to join in then.
Absolutely.
Be nice, you know. We have all waifs and strays. Look, we have me on, for God's sake. So,
And me.
I think Sully said he uses display stuff as well, doesn't he? He's got a set of display cutters, I'm sure he said.
Yeah, they do. So a couple of things that I really like is obviously the side cutters, but then they do this little box of, it's a range of just little rectangular sanding sponges,
Yeah.
maybe 2 or 3 inches long, by about 3/4 of an inch wide. I think there's like 6 in each or something like that. You get 6 different grades from 180 to 800, I think, something like that. It's just super useful, and it's like, I think they're about 14 quid for a set, something like that.
Nice.
And I've still got the first set that I bought, which was like over a year ago.
I bought some from Amazon, and they were like they were roughly about that square, and I cut them into strips of different sizes because obviously you don't know what size you're going to need to get in between any sort of gap, do you? So I had a really thin strip, and there's like 2 of each. So you get like one side it's 800, the other side it'll be, I don't know, 10,000 or sorry, 1,000, and you get 2 of each in the set, and it costs like £6. So you keep one set for as they are, and then just slice the other set up into smaller bits, and they've worked really, really well so far for me.
Yeah,
and
the
they're,
other thing
you
I
know,
was
they're a bit
thinking-
of a pain in the ass to keep track of what's what once you've sliced them up. But if you find a method like, I don't know, marking them with a red pen on say, I don't know, 800, 1000, and blue 12,000, 14, whatever it is, and do it like that, then you can keep track of it. That's what I do.
Yeah, the display ones are nice because they're all color coded. I think they might even have it on the back as well, but I tend to use, and they come in two different thicknesses as well, which is quite nice. There's like quite a fat, thick one if you want, you know, quite a fair bit of pressure, and then quite a thin one if you want to get in somewhere.
Yeah.
The other thing I use is just nail files. You know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like
Not
when
nail files, nail polishing stuff, because that comes in grades from like 180 to again about like 4,000. I think the polishing sticks are, which is great if you're doing canopies, you know, to get a super glossy look. But yeah, I mean,
unless the canopy's got a seam line down the middle, then I don't bother polishing it because I mean, it doesn't matter how shiny it is; it's still going to reflect the light when you take the photographs anyway. So for me, that's just like half an hour of work that you don't really need to do. But that, you know, I am lazy, so don't listen to me, folks. Do it properly. It's UK bronze green. Awesome. Well done.
well, what's it always say? What is UK bronze green?
Mr. Color makes a NATO bronze. Yeah, they make a bronze green, but I
Yeah,
don't
'cause-
think that's the color. Yeah.
No, you got to be, because bronze green changed, I believe, post-war. Because a lot of these things, I mean, the UK is particularly bad for this. I think the US is actually slightly better because they introduced FS numbers on a lot of their stuff, which makes it easier. But we have the same names for a lot of stuff, but we changed the formula. I don't know why I got into this. I did a whole bunch of research I didn't need to do on this down a rabbit hole a few months ago. But yeah, bronze green can be like olive drab, several different things.
Yeah, like the RAF green, for example, at the start of the war, like during the Battle of Britain, was really quite tree green, wasn't it? Whereas towards the sort of middle and the end of the war, it was a lot softer green.
And this is not flat. So let me switch cameras. So this is the Mr. Color bronze green.
So just while you're showing that, John, so Black Skunk Works just mentioned the poster behind me.
Okay.
I'll just put the website in here. It's a demotivator. The website is despair.com.
Despair.
It does. So yeah, it does look like an Athena inspirational poster. It actually says compromise. Let's agree to respect each other's point of view, no matter how wrong you are.
Yeah, you're not going to see this, so yeah. I'll stop.
No, hang on, you're on solo.
Oh, I'm trying to shake it up because I lay him down like this, but it's like this is Mr. Color Lacquer NATO bronze green.
That looks about right from what I've seen of. That's what I meant by the British green was a bit more green, whereas the US green was olivey, drabby green, wasn't it? It had a bit more yellow in it. So
yeah, and post-war, it was quite. I mean, if you looked at the old chieftains and stuff after the war, they were quite shiny. You know, they weren't matte in the way that, you know, like Sherman's painted in World War II in olive drab, you know, the US were. So, yeah, I think John mentioned that that's not a matte. It's not a flat color, right?
It is not.
Yeah. Whereas I don't know whether that is the case. I don't know enough about the World War II version.
interesting.
If it was or not. But yeah, I always go by, if it looks right. I never go by what a paint is called, because sometimes I've had paints from reputable companies like AK or whatever, and you get it and you shake it and you spray it and you think that is not the color that I want. That is not representing what I can see on my reference photos or pictures, or just the experience from other colors that I've used of the same type. So I think trust your gut with it when you actually spray it. That's one of the reasons I can't all my paints. So.
Like the RLM colors are particularly bad for that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like you buy 3 different brands of, say, RLM 79, which is the desert yellowy color, and there'll be 3 different shades of the desert yellow color. So
yeah, I mean RLM 02 even is a classic one, and the thing is, a lot of people. It depends on how deep you want to get into the hobby, right? I mean, I find a lot of this stuff fascinating, whereas a lot of people will think, I just want to buy a damn color, which is fine. Just go ahead and do it. But RLM 02, wasn't one color. I mean, it did change because of, and if you think as well, the reason that they introduced, you got RLM 74, 75, 76 became a standard. I think it was RLM 74 contained chromate, and that was like a restricted material, so they actually changed it, and that's why you get the later RLM. I think it's 82 or 83, I can't remember, but one of them didn't exist. I think maybe 84. There's all kinds of stuff. So paint chips, a lot of companies will say, oh, we use paint chips from actual aircraft and stuff. It's like, yeah, that's accurate to that one aircraft at that one time. There's no guarantee that anything else was ever painted in exactly that shade, because somebody else might have made it up slightly differently. They were shorter materials or whatever. If you've ever spoken or read any accounts of people on our side in the war, we did it as well. It's like you had a mixture for, let's say, I don't know, like Matt Stone, and it's like 2 parts of this, 1 part of that, 1 part of that. And if you didn't have enough, you just used what you could, something a little bit, so you've got different shades. So. Is
that the color you were talking about, John?
Yep. This is.
I mean, that looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
that looks how I remember it.
Yeah.
It's just not. I wish you could see it. It's a semi-gloss. It's not flat.
Yeah.
So that is the Mr. Color NATO bronze green underneath. So I didn't flat coat it.
Yeah.
So if you try to, this is flat coated. So the green is the bronze green. The brown is NATO leather brown, and then the black is NATO tar black. Yeah. It's a great color. It's a great color.
Yeah.
But if you don't flat it, you can see. Sorry.
Yeah. That's very strange.
Yeah.
I'd never even considered that paints like that might not be matte. It always in my head is like, well, they're on tanks and aircraft. They're going to be matte to reduce shine because
I think they did it post-war. I think it was to aid in weather resistance. I think there was semi-matte, and then because if you think at the time there was a lot of camouflage netting. You think of the old Centurions going around with their camo nets and everything.
Hi, Christina. Nice to see you.
Is that sunflowers?
Yes. Hello to all the cool people. Well, that's me. I'll get my coat and go home then.
Hi, sunflowers. It's my favorite flower. Sorry. And my daughter's too. So we have sunflower tattoos.
Oh, I just got another comment on my last video. Now I understand. Thank you. Okay. Oh. We need to talk about a certain person. Yeah. Oh, there's been more surfacing since today. I've had a word with a chat with a fella who showed me a video that was concerning, to say the least.
Yes.
We found out a bit more, but not really enough to do an update yet.
Criminally concerning, but
Yes. We're talking, protection of children concerning. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Moving swiftly on.
Yes.
exactly. Yeah.
We're not. I'm not going to throw about any accusations that we can't back up. So,
I thought I had it bad when I had to change the battery in my mouse during the stream. Seems trivial.
those bloody things die all the time. Like, I mean, like, I don't know about you, but like, I'm literally at my workstation 6-7 hours a day. My mouse gets so much wear that it goes through batteries in like a month, 2 months. And I'm always at the point of the battery's done. I'm like, I can't be dead already. I just fucking replaced them.
Well, mine came up before with like, critically low battery level. I'm like, okay. And usually it lasts like a few hours more. And then I opened a tab to look at. Somebody had asked something and I was looking it up. And and it just died in that, and I couldn't switch back, which is why I couldn't change anything. I couldn't turn my cam off or anything because damn thing's dead.
Gotcha.
That's why I vanished to get the battery. But I use rechargeables in mine. Unfortunately, I had another one charged. Otherwise, I had the emergency Duracell copper top waiting, but didn't need that.
I got some of the Amazon specials, like 500 for 11 quid jobs.
Well, I use like the Eneloop. So I think they're from Sony. Sony do Eneloop, and they're really good rechargeable batteries. And I've sworn by them. I gave my daughter, my eldest daughter, a load. She went on a school trip to Tanzania when she was 15.
Oh my gosh.
I know, it was just like, she'd never asked to go on anything before, and she said, I really want to go on this. And she saved up for like a year and a half, and so she put in half the money. So she did, like, worked at the local shop and everything, to do that. So we're like, we all stake up half, she staked up half. Obviously we did more than half, but
Right.
I've got her batteries for the trip for her camera. So, because of course you want to take as many pictures as you can for that kind of, once in a lifetime
Sure.
thing. So I gave her a load of Eneloop batteries. And when she came back, she's just like, I couldn't take photos of this because, didn't have batteries, couldn't buy any. And I'm just like, well, what about the ones I gave you? And she says, oh, well, they ran out, so I just threw them away. And I was just, no, they're rechargeable.
Rechargeable.
What's the whole point? It's just like,
Kids.
yeah, kids.
My dad
Clever.
got a chargeable
Didn't have
batteries
the
that he
wisdom
had when I was 17, and I'm 47 now. So he still uses those from like 20 years ago.
Oh dear. So somewhere in
I'll
Africa,
say.
there's a whole bunch of Eneloop batteries that hopefully the locals are using.
I think there's a lot of solar power in Africa now, isn't there? Because they get a lot of sun. So I think the new initiatives they're all using solar power, and good on them. Good on them for doing that.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
I'd like to use solar power, but it's Lincolnshire and we don't get enough sun. So.
No, I mean, should have wind power, like
Right.
the Dutch flatlines.
Right. Yeah, being right on the fence. Yeah, 30 miles an hour is the norm here.
Yeah. And we got the wash, so you got that tidal bit in. But
Yeah. I'm literally 7 miles from the wash. So
What's the wash?
the wash is the little bit that goes in on the east coast of England. If you imagine where the hump is, that's East Anglia, and then you've got the little bit of water that cuts in like a U. That's the wash, which
this
is
is a big mud fen, John.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's where all the
home of the apocryphal King Canute.
yeah. It's where all the aircraft uses a bombing range, and we get all the Typhoons overhead and the F-15s, and we've seen the Ukrainians training on the F-16s overhead as well. And oh my God, do they know how to fly this aircraft?
We do that in Puerto Rico. It's like a paradise. Same with, we nuclear bombed all those places that you would spend 20 grand to go spend a week at, right? You know, those South Pacific atolls. It's like,
Yeah.
There's-
morons.
There's a really interesting, although quite depressing, YouTube video on that, which shows every nuclear detonation that's ever happened on
I've
a
seen
map
it.
of the world.
I've seen it.
You've seen it, yeah? And it goes like, you know, when the US do it with like little blip, obviously for the Trinity test, and a little blip, and then 2 in Japan, and then nothing for ages, and then there's like loads in Nevada. And then the Soviets get it and stuff. When we get involved, it's just like, funnily enough, there's nothing in Europe. It's just like over the complete other side of the world where we send all of our convicts. There's a bunch of there. It's like, yeah, we'll test. We don't know. This stuff seems nasty. We'll test it as far away as possible. You know,
See,
my
that's
guys,
what
right?
really happened to Amelia Earhart, isn't it? She landed on one of the islands, and then along came the US and blew her up.
Oh dear.
I think
And
they
then
found
you have it with the French as well. because
planes
The French,
under,
when the French get nuclear
underwater,
weapons,
clearly.
it's all in their territories. You know, their old empire territories. It's just like, yeah, not in our backyard.
Well, they said they found an aircraft, but to be honest, from the image, the wings on the aircraft look like they're swept. That was the problem I had with it.
Would it be even? I mean, it would have probably dissolved by now, wouldn't it?
I mean, it depends where it is and what the currents are like. It's a fairly light aircraft, wasn't it? So if the currents are really strong, you could make an argument for the currents would have shifted it and it would have broken up over time. But I'm not convinced that's the aircraft, because I don't think it's in the right part of where they would have come down, to be honest.
Haven't they found recently parts of the more parts of the Malaysian
Yes.
flight? On Google Earth.
There was. Yeah, I mean,
They think
there's no doubt that it went down, is there?
Oh, yeah. No, it's
the
just
Indian Ocean. It's just whereabouts, because the thing's like fucking 2 miles deep, isn't it?
I think the latest, it's in the Andaman Sea between Thailand and India, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's 2 parts to it, really, isn't there? It's just like it's important it's found for closure, for all of the families, whether you could actually recover anything, I don't know, but at least you'd have, a definitive place. And then the other thing, if we can recover any of the recorders, is what can you learn from it? That's the important thing from any crash, isn't it?
Yeah, the thing about the flight recorders is they only record the last 2 hours. So, I mean, he could have. There's a theory out there that whoever did it had turned off the air supply or depressurized the cabin so that the people died slowly and painlessly, and then flew the aircraft manually, and then when he knew he was out of danger, he depressurized his own cabin, so he died slowly, and then the plane just carried on autopilot. If so, that's going to reveal absolutely nothing but the position of the plane at certain points. That's not going to tell you, it's not going to have recorded any voices, because there wouldn't have been any voices. So it's only going to tell you the position of the plane, the speed it was at, the height it was at.
That's instructive just by that, isn't it? The absence of that shows you that, okay, well, it's not like that they were panicking and somebody was trying to bring it down safely or anything. It's just like, you can certainly eliminate stuff. And,
part of that was...
Killed them all, or one person tried to save them all.
Yeah. I mean, the air crew had portable oxygen containers, which would have lasted about 15 minutes. So they would have known what was going on once it depressurized. They would have known it would have been done on purpose, and they would have known of their own impending doom. Like the people who, depressurized and, sort of were out for the count wouldn't have known what was happening, but the air crew would have done, which is a terrifying thought. In 15 minutes your air's going to run out and you're going to die. What the fuck goes through your head?
Do I have my will in order?
Not good stuff. I can probably guarantee that.
For me as a father, and as a husband, the singular thing that would probably go through my mind was, can I become non-essential? Can I become, is everything set up so they have minimal problems with their grief? Sorry.
I as a human being couldn't contemplate the actions that were needed for that aircraft to have been diverted and taken down and off the grid and everything else. Why? How could I know you're not going to live long, but how could you even live long enough to know that you've killed 200 and odd people, including children, old people, women, men, disabled people, etc.
It's like the German wings,
pitchforks,
right? Isn't it? Flew it straight into a mountain. It's But again, what came out of that? I don't know if you guys know a channel called Mentor Pilot.
Yes. Yeah.
I've mentioned him on some of my streams. Really, really good, instructive channel. Covers a lot of incidents, not necessarily crashes, but incidents, and about what we learned from them. And quite often you think, well, I didn't realize that we do that now, like whether it's like having your seatbelts fastened during the entire flight, they recommend that.
Yeah.
It actually came from a particular incident where, people were injured because they weren't doing that with unexpected stuff, but really instructive when you look at it rather than sensationalized. And it's amazing what you can learn from, tiny things, and that was all about how they screen pilots, the, how the duty hours that they're going on, the psychological pieces. There was another one where a US pilot had an episode after, a very experienced pilot, but there was a negative thing in the US about if you report problems, it becomes a real black mark on your record. And obviously, it's better that people, say, I'm under stress early before it becomes something that, makes you want to fly an aircraft into a mountain. So, how do we change the system so that it becomes safer for everybody? That pilots don't feel that they can't say, actually, this is a lot, without them being like, right, you should never fly again. Because pilots become pilots because they want to fly and they love flying. So they'll do anything to try to keep doing that. But you want them to do it, obviously, as safely as possible. You don't want to be getting into a 737 or a 777 or whatever with a guy at the front who's really stressed and has had 2 hours of sleep in the last 24 hours.
Right.
No thanks.
I mean, we're getting 22.
Happy, well paid, well informed.
Yeah, it's kind of catch 22 territory, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to be mad to fly, but in order to fly, you've got to be mad. So, yeah.
Great book, by the way.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. It's one of the greatest anti-war books stroke films that I've ever read and seen. I mean, the film, obviously, a lot was chopped out because of, to keep it down to like an hour and a half, 2 hours. But
we read it in 2013.
I'm
sorry. Oh, Christ. No.
It was the first time I really seeing that. I think it was the first time I really became aware of the Mitch.
1983. Christ.
The film. Yeah.
No, the book.
Oh, was it the book? I thought it was earlier than that.
We all read books. I went to a high school where they were not into like audiovisual stuff. You read it. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Oh. I just love the concept of. I think I would have been a lot like you, Sarian, in me too. If I was forced to do that, for my country, because I have to. You got to do something. Right. Okay. Well, let's get this over as quickly as possible. And if we fly like absolute madmen, we might make it through. It's just like that kind of insanity that is kind of the most sane thing.
But at the same time, the overriding thing I got from that was this whole thing is insane. Why is nobody doing anything about it? And then with the USAF, they're literally following the rules by the book because they are the rules, rather than using any common sense and judgment, you know. And
I just love the bit where they get it's just like, yeah, we're going to bomb our own airfield, and the Germans are going to bomb theirs. And it's just like,
yeah, then we're going to drop them some chocolate collared cotton. Okay,
it's just business. Don't worry.
yeah.
It's just easier this way.
All right, I think we're going to wrap up here. If you gentlemen are all agreed.
I was just messaging Jess. She was really busy today, so yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah, we're going to wrap up, and we're going to say thank you to everybody who's been in, and thank you to everybody who's been on the panel. It's been, this has probably been the best stream we've had for what, 2 months, John? Month and a half, something like that. Yeah.
Good.
So we really appreciate you all in the chat. We really appreciate Alan, Alex. Get your teeth in right.
Yeah.
Alex and His Holiness the Pope of Plastic, and Craig and Fenris, and who else came on? That was it, wasn't it?
I think that was it.
Anyway, we appreciate everybody.
Craig.
We appreciate you all for being here. Yeah. We'll see you all again next week. Same time, same bat channel. So until then, stay safe and happy modeling. See you all soon. Bye bye.